Toodles. Beautiful day. How's everybody doing? Gary, Shay, Chai, Camo from Edmonton. Awesome. Edmonton. Just teasing. How's everybody doing? Wheezy, Paul, Critical Point, In Darkness. Good stuff. So, I'm surprised that the RCMP are going to talk anymore, given what they've been saying thus far, as in sticking their foot in their mouth. But they got the microphone on. I don't know. I forget what my name is almost these days. Hello, Ozzy, Yessie, Dixie, Toodles. So the RCMP are going to do their broadcast here today. Might as well watch it together and see what they have to say. Let's see, where did I have that open? Thank you to, who was that sent me the... Perp. Who was that sent that? Somebody. I want to make sure I say thank you. Is it Gary? Gary Williams. Thank you, sir. Otherwise, I would have missed it probably. Now, where were we? CBC Live. 2 minutes, 52 seconds. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Hello, Laureen, Silver, Mischief, Misfit, Sick Boy. Yes, you're always in here. I should know your name by now. 226. It's almost like watching the shuttle take off. I think in this case, it's like the Challenger. They work on it hard, though, I'll tell you. This is why they give you things like 4 times in a timeline for 12 hours. No, more than that. 13 hours. Anyone hear the phone call American Vagabond between Maria Farmer and Whitney Webb about Epstein and Company? Whitney Webb is good, eh? I'll have to get back to my regular shtick when this is all over, probably. Start blowing up the Zionist stuff. Well, naming names. It's all about naming names. Derek, sister, what's up? Beth, Ian. Posted a link for the GoFundMe. Is this the new GoFundMe for Tara? Tara's lawyer? Plot twist. RCMP will take full responsibility and tell the truth. Yeah. At this point, if they said, listen, I'm sorry, that would be a surprise, wouldn't it? I think I've got this open in Chrome, don't I? So you guys should be getting the audio. If you don't get the audio, I don't know. I will be watching the chat. Live from New York? It's no, I can't travel because of Corona or COVID or whatever pandemic they came up with today. Grids. Does everybody know what Grids is? Awesome. Okay. Well, if you can post me the link or something, I will drop it because we want to plug that. This is for Tara's lawyer for her brother's estate because he died without a will. So I want to support that. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Connecting. You guys get audio? Woo flu. Yes, he died intestate. That's very good. Are you a lawyer, sister? Audio okay. No echo, no anything? 5x5. What is the 5x5? Sounds like a piece of wood or something. Oh, you're a paralegal, are you? I'm in good company. Brian, what's up? In. It's military talk. Okay. I was in cadets when I was a kid. Chief Petty Officer, first class. I loved it. Who knows? Probably I would go with this. Not answering questions, not giving you timelines, not apologizing, using a lot of buzzwords like fluid, dynamic. You have to understand. Lots of nonsense. You know, it's right up there with regular talk. Multiculturalism, pluralism. Lawyers in the house. Well, legal minds, right? Well, CBC is going all out, I see. Either that or, what is this latest guy called? They fired Leather, well, demoted him. It's got some cool music, though. He's probably hiding backstage. Oh. Yep. We can sit here and watch that. I want to see how many times they talk about CERT. I'm very curious about the CERT component of this. They all have the same screenwriters, you know? I think they have to put it on a delay or something, you know? Just in case they say something really stupid. So, Ozzy, I need to get your email apparently for Tara for the GoFundMe. You have my her phone. You got her number, I think, so you can call her. Stolen SUV was taken by Terrence Campbell. Same last name. Whoa. Are you talking about the silver SUV, Ozzy? The infamous silver SUV that's just gone in the wind? It only gets driven for 1.2 kilometers. but not really. Oops. Is that the same SUV you're referring to? The silver Tracker? Oh, something's happening. Oh, Kovu. Why do we get this?
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. Here's what we're watching. Canada's top doctor
Get on with it.
Says the country has done a good job at stemming
Okay, the
the
title
spread
says
of
RCMP.
COVID-19,
Why are we
but
talking
warns
about
against easing restrictions
pandemics?
too soon? Plus, differing approaches emerge between the two hardest hit provinces about ending the lockdown and reopening society. Quebec's premier has
I've just taken to calling anybody
30
who's
days to
into
restart
this
the
stuff
economy
like
and reopen
retards.
schools in the
I was
province
just at the
next
store
month. Meanwhile, in
buying
Ontario,
cigarettes, and I'm
Premier
like,
Doug
you guys
Ford
are all
says he's not
retards
willing to
wearing
put
masks.
kids at risk. We're also watching the situation in Nova Scotia. 10 days after the deadly shootings that killed 22 people, the RCMP are speaking now live.
Get on with it. Oh, this chick is
support services officer
not
in
nice.
Nova Scotia.
Feel sorry for her
The RCMP
boyfriend.
will provide a further update. A short question and answer period will follow this.
Hey, Sassy. Lisa.
Thank you, Corporal Clark. Before I begin to provide you with information related to the investigation and what we learned to this point, I just wanted to highlight that today is a National Day of Mourning, which is a day dedicated to remembering and honoring those who have lost their lives or suffered injury or illness on the job. Recent events here in Nova Scotia remind us that policing is an inherently dangerous job.
Oh, yes, got to have the feel sorry for us moment, because we're in such deep shit.
Who was injured in the incident are both very much on our minds. Thank you once again to everyone who bravely responded to intervene and to those who stopped to help them. Today is also a day to acknowledge the victims of this tragic incident.
Notepad.
And I want to express my sincere condolences to all the families of the 22 innocent people who were killed at the hands of a gunman. I want to thank Nova Scotians for the support that they've shown all the families and to the RCMP. Having provided an account of the incidents this past Friday, my focus today is to provide you with an update on our investigation and the information that we've uncovered to this point. Any homicide investigation is a significant endeavor. In this case, we're dealing with 22 homicides. We have a sizable major crime team dedicated to the investigation, and we have engaged several support resources. In addition, we have experts across the country, and we're now receiving additional support from RCMP resources from across the country. We received support from external agencies as well, including the Canadian Armed Forces, the Halifax Regional Police, and the Canada Border Services Agency. I want to extend my appreciation for all the law enforcement agencies who have offered their assistance and their support. Our job now is to determine the actions of the gunmen on April 18th and 19th. Though the gunman will never stand trial, we will still have a duty to complete this investigation by the same standards that we would have if he was standing trial. At this time, priority areas for us are to determine how the gunman obtained access to the equipment that he used and to establish the gunman's movements before and after April 18th and 19th. We'll also want to determine if anyone had any knowledge of the gunman's plan, if any, and if they had assisted him in any way. We've been focusing on witness interviews, video canvassing, and judicial authorizations that allow us to obtain search warrants and records. This work has enabled us to gain a much better picture. To give you a sense of the scope of the investigation, to this point we have identified over 435 witnesses, and at this point we've interviewed more than half of those. There are many more interviews to come, and we expect the witness list to grow. Also, we've completed approximately 20 legal applications and we have obtained authorizations to help us determine the acquisition of the equipment and the government's activities and movements. I should point out that Nova Scotians have responded to our tip line. Thank you to everyone who's called in and spoken with an investigator. I encourage anyone with information, regardless of whether or not you think that it's important or not, to please call the toll-free tip line and share what it is that you know.
Good question, Steve.
Et maintenant en français.
And now in French.
Avant de
Gary?
commencer et de
Before I
donner des
begin,
renseignements à propos de
And to
l'enquête
provide information
et
about
de
our
ce que nous avons
investigation
appris jusqu'à
and what we have learned up until now, I want to point out that today is the National Day of Mourning, a day that we have established to honor the memory of people who have given their lives, been injured, or become ill as part of doing their duty.
Yeah, I gotta have the cop.
Recent events here in Nova Scotia remind us that the work of a police officer is inherently dangerous. Today, Constable Heidi Stevenson, who gave her life to protect the community, and Constable Chad Morrison, who was injured, are both.
Where's everybody else?
Thank you again to all of those who bravely responded to the call to intervene and those who assisted them. Today is also a day to remember the victims of the tragic events that occurred on the 18th and 19th of April. I want to express my sincere condolences to the families of the 22 victims. I want to thank Nova Scotians for their support for those families and for the RCMP. Last Friday, I provided an update on the incidents that occurred, but my goal today is to update you on our investigation and tell you about the information we have uncovered and put together up until now. Any homicide investigation is a significant endeavor. In this case, there are 22 homicides to investigate. We have a major crime team that is leading this, and we are also accessing support resources. We have access to experts from across the country, and we can already rely on external
You got it.
RCMP resources. In addition, we're receiving the support of external organizations, including the Canadian Armed Forces, the Regional Halifax Police, and the Canada Border Services Agency. I'd like to express my appreciation to all the enforcement agencies who have offered their help and support. Our job is now to find out more about the actions of the gunman on April 18th and 19th. The gunman will never stand trial, but we have an obligation to complete our investigation based on the same standards as if he were to stand trial. For now,
They're not including
our
Wortman, Gary.
priority is to determine how the gunman was able to obtain access to the equipment that he used and what his movements were and before the 18th and 19th, and also find out whether anyone else was aware of his plans, and if so, whether that person assisted him in any way. We are focusing on witness interviews, video sequences, and judicial authorizations that will allow us to access records. The work that we are doing now will give us a better idea of exactly what occurred. Just to give you an idea of the scope of this investigation, we have now identified 435 witnesses, and we have interviewed more than half of them. There are still many interviews to
I don't think there's anybody there, White Lightning. This
and
is
we
just
expect the list
other
of
than the
witnesses to
cameraman.
grow longer. We have also obtained 20 legal authorizations and applications that will allow us to access details regarding his acquisition of equipment and the movements of the gunman. I would just like to mention
Hey, Tara.
that Nova Scotians have used our tip line. Thank you to all of those who called into the tip line to speak to an investigator. I want to encourage everyone with information to call the tip line and let them know what you know, even if you believe that information is not important.
Yep. Great point there, White.
Okay, so what I'd like to do first off is I'd like to address some issues and aspects in and around the questions related to the uniform. From witness statements that we've learned that the gunman was a collector of many things, including police memorabilia, and he was in possession of multiple pieces of police uniforms from a variety of agencies. Many witnesses interviewed have spoken of the gunman's interest in the RCMP, which dates back some time. We now know that on April 18th and 19th, the gunman wore parts of an authentic RCMP uniform, including a shirt and pants with a yellow stripe. We also know that he had changed clothing while he traveled between the communities. We've yet to confirm exactly where or how he obtained these uniform pieces. This is an important aspect of our investigation, and this will take some time. We do know that surplus police uniforms can be available to the public through a variety of means, which include things like surplus stores, auctions, and online. With respect to the car, I'd like to address some issues in and around the police vehicle. We've learned through our investigation that the gunman's collection of police memorabilia included that of police cars. This was widely known. He didn't hide that fact that he had cars or memorabilia from people that knew him. However, at this stage of the investigation, we have not uncovered any information that the police had knowledge that he had possessed these vehicles.
Bullshit.
He possessed a replica police vehicle.
Bullshit.
Investigators have determined that all 4 police cars were former police models, and the gunman had acquired them through auctions within the past few years.
Oh, so it was a real police car, like I
The
said.
replicated police vehicle that he used on April 18th and 19th. We believe that he obtained that vehicle in the fall of 2019. And it was at that time that he outfitted it with the light bar and the decals. How he obtained these decals and how they were produced is an investigative detail that I can't get into, other than to say that we've made progress in this area of the investigation.
Alors, uniforme.
First, the uniform. I would now like to talk about the uniform. Based on witness statements, we learned that the gunman collected a number of
Everybody
items
else knew, but they didn't.
involving police memorabilia.
Not according
as well
to
as multiple
the
police
funeral
uniforms.
guy.
A number of witnesses we interviewed talked about his interest in the RCMP that dated back quite some time. We determined that the 18th and 19th of April, the gunman was wearing parts of an authentic uniform, including a shirt and pants with a yellow stripe. We also know that he changed clothing when he moved from one community to another.
Probably
We have
the
not
uncle,
yet been able
but
to
or
confirm
dirty cops.
where
I suspect dirty cops.
or how he was able to acquire these items.
Dixie.
That is an important part of our investigation, and that will take time. We know that the public can acquire surplus items through various means, including surplus stores, auctions, and some websites. Vehicle. I'd now like to address the police vehicle. In the course of our investigation, we confirmed that the gunman's collection included a number of police
Doc.
vehicles and that this was widely known.
Woke him up.
He never hid the fact from people that he had these vehicles,
Wendy.
from people he knew. However, we have not found any information that would allow us to believe
Tracy.
that the police
Howdy.
had knowledge of those vehicles or the replica. The investigators determined that all 4 vehicles were formal models of police cruisers, and that he had obtained them in auctions over the previous year. With respect to the replica police vehicle that he used on the 18th and 19th of April, we believe that he obtained it in the fall of 2019, and that it was at that time that he equipped it with a light bar and decals. As to how he acquired the decals
Yes,
and the
White.
light bar,
Good
I'm not
point.
able to discuss
Yeah,
this
I'm
at
like,
that time.
where's the clothes
The
coming
only thing
from?
I can tell you is that we have made progress in that regard.
So what I'd like to do now is take you through a more detailed account of the gunman's movements on April 18th and 19th. This information has been established through the efforts of our investigative teams. At this point in our investigation, this is what we believe. If we can get you to refer to the first image. So after receiving the first 911 call, just after 10 o'clock, officers arrived in the Portapique area around 10:26 in the evening. This information gathered since the incidents occurred lead us to believe that the gunman had actually left the Portapique area through a field at approximately 10:35.
Really?
If you note there on the image that I provided, there was a witness that saw a vehicle that was traveling through a field, which was not very common. And what we've done is we've actually been able to determine through video evidence that the gunman had actually traveled a distance of approximately 26 kilometers, where he actually entered into an area in Debert, which is an industrial area. He arrived at that location at 11:12 in the evening. So great interest to us what the suspect or the gunman had done at that location, but we do know that he spent the evening there. We've searched that area thoroughly, but we are making a plea to anyone in that area, if they had seen anything suspicious, to please contact the police. We have obtained video evidence that shows that the suspect had left the area at 5:43 in the morning, traveling northbound on Highway 4 on his way to Wentworth. That distance was approximately 44 kilometers. Other video evidence obtained shows that the mock police vehicle is driving by a residence very close to the location where the gunman had actually killed 2 males and a female. And that happened at 6:29 in the morning. Video evidence also shows that the gunman had left the area at 9:23. We believe that the victims were killed shortly after the gunman arrived, more than 3 hours before that time. And it was near that time that the gunman had actually set fire to the residence. And it's established by the video in the area. The gunman then traveled south on Hunter Road towards Highway 4 for a distance of approximately 14.5 kilometers, where he encountered a female in and around the area of Highway 4 and Highway 224 at around 9:48 in the morning. He continued through that area from Glenholm towards Debert. And as I mentioned last Friday, this was the location where we received a 911 call about a male known to the occupants of that residence who was driving a RCMP replica vehicle and wearing a uniform. That call was received at 9:48 in the morning, and that was within the 2900 block of Highway 4 in Debert. The gunman left the area, and he did not have any contact with the occupants of that residence. So he left the residence northbound in the same direction that he had come from on Highway 4. And approximately at around 10:08, we also see this the gunman's vehicle, just before 10 o'clock, traveling through towards the Debert area. It was at that point, around 10:08, when we received additional calls that the gunman was involved in another incident right near the area that I had described before, where the government had spent the evening previously.
Les mouvements.
The gunman's movements. I would now like to give you more details about the gunman's movements on April 18th and 19th. This information was obtained through the efforts of our investigators. At this point in the investigation, this is what we believe. After the first 911 call at 10:01 p.m., officers arrived on the site in Portapique at 10:26 p.m. Based on the information that we collected,
Oh, get the fuck out of here. They wiped their Twitter.
that the gunman
Oh.
left Portapique traveling through a field at 10:35,
Oh.
and we can now confirm that the gunman traveled towards De Burke, which suggested that he went there directly from Portapique. The gunman then
Oh no,
left
still there.
De Burke at 5:43 a.m. and we have done a full search of the area, and we are inviting anyone who may have seen something suspicious to contact us. From the De Burke Industrials area, the gunman moved in direction of
No. I was wrong.
Video
I think they may have
evidence of
wiped
him
one tweet.
on Hunter Road
We'll see.
near a residence where he killed 2 men and 1 female. We believe he entered the residence, killed the victims, and remained in the area for a certain amount of time. On
Bree.
this image,
Hey,
you
Bree.
can see that he left the area at
Long time no
9:35
see.
and took Hunter Road in the same direction from which he had arrived earlier. He then continued south on Highway 4 and went through Wentworth. He was then closer
Fire
to
hose.
the intersection of Highway 4 and 224 at 9:48, and a 911 call has allowed us to confirm that he knocked on the door of a home in Glenhorn, but did not enter the home. He then was seen on De Burke Road at 9:57. From then, he traveled east on Highway 4, and video evidence shows that he went through Truro between 10:15 and 10:20.
No.
He did not stop in Truro. From Truro, he then took Highway 2 in the direction of Millbrook. This is an image of his car, and you may have seen this picture in the media. The gunman is taking off his vest and putting on different clothing. He then continued south on Highway 2 until Hiller. Video evidence show him near the Brookfield Esso station at 10:32. The next
Whoa.
of interest.
They say he's in the silver tracker. This is where the problem is. That's why I was exploding the other night.
After that encounter, he traveled a short distance on Highway 2, where he entered a residence close to the highway. There he left the SUV silver vehicle that he had been driving and removed his police uniform. As we mentioned Friday, he transferred his weapons into the vehicle of the female victim. He left that area and continued on Highway 2 towards Enfield, and then we see that he came
Ozzy,
close to a toll stop.
deep breath, deep breath. No heart attack.
He then entered the Irving Big Stop. Since our last press conference, our investigation has made significant progress.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. What color is the Mazda this time?
There is still an investigation
Gray?
ongoing at Hunter Road and in Portapique. Traffic in that area is still limited. Materials will be requisitioned as long as they are required. As I say, we were able to retrace the gunman's step thanks to video footage and witnesses' statements. The investigation is not over, but we have made a lot of progress. But again, if you have any information, please call the tip line. Thank you.
Did you go back to the imaging de Bert to Truro, please? Thank you.
Yeah, why did they do this French first?
So our investigations uncovered that from leaving the de Bert area at around 10:08 in the morning on the 19th, the gunman then traveled along Plains Road towards Truro, crossing through Onslow, which was a period or
No more face.
around
Charlie.
20 kilometers
No
in
more
total.
face.
We have him on video at 10, 16, 17, and 20, crossing through the Truro area. It's not our belief that he did not stop in Truro as he made his way through the city. From Truro, the gunman traveled south on Highway 2 for approximately 7 kilometers. It was at Millbrook at around 10:25 in the morning. Many of you have seen the video of the gunman exiting the replica police car, changing some of his clothing at that time.
Where is the
And that was at
infamous
10,
tracker?
10:30 in the morning.
It's missing.
From Millbrook, we've been able to establish that the gunman traveled further
Missing.
south on Highway 2. We've obtained video of him crossing down or traveling down on Highway 2 south at 10:28 for a distance of about 6.5 kilometers. Our next photo shows him at 10:32 passing a gas station in the Brookfield area. From the Brookfield area, the gunman traveled again through Highway 2 for approximately 22 kilometers. It was at around 10:49 when he shot and wounded Constable Chad Morrison in the Shubenacadie area. And then shortly after that, within a few minutes,
Where?
when Constable Heidi Stevenson engaged the gunman in that immediate area. From Enfield,
Thanks for
the
being
gunman then
specific.
traveled down Highway 224. As I mentioned before, he had stopped in at a residence of a person that he knew. He took that individual's life at that location. And of course, as I previously mentioned,
So
he
by
had
0.6.
switched his vehicle because
Oops.
his police vehicle, or that replica police vehicle, had become disabled. He was driving a silver SUV at the time. He changed that SUV.
Problem.
He discarded his police clothing, some of which was found outside the residence, some of it was found inside the vehicle. We also know that he had
Where's the
transferred his
clothes from?
firearms from the silver SUV to a Mazda vehicle that belonged to his last victim, and then he proceeded south on 224 from that location.
Is it red or gray? Do you know?
He traveled approximately 22 kilometers from the Milford Enfield area along Highway 102, and our last video that we have of the suspect crossing is at 11:23, where we see the Mazda exiting the highway and traveling towards the Irving Big Stop.
I don't see shit.
Since the last press conference, the investigation has progressed quite significantly. 5 scenes are still being held, one of which is in the Hunter Road area and the remainder of the Portapique area
Sheila Goulet.
as we continue our investigation. All other scenes have been released back to owners or family members. Traffic in the Portapique area is still being restricted. Scenes will be held for as long as we need them as part of this investigation. As I've mentioned, we've pieced together the gunman's movements through witness statements and video canvas. There's still much more work to do in this investigation, but we've made significant progress to date. We're continuing to ask anyone with information to please call the RCMP tip line at 1-833-570-0121. And before maybe we take some questions, I just would like to clarify some information and some questions that arose from my last conference on last Friday.
Need to look at the motorcycle some more. I don't know much about it.
With respect to a question about the assault on the common law spouse of the gunman. And I had described that as it's under a number of possibilities as to whether or not that could have been something that was a significant incident. And I think I used the word catalyst. I would like to clarify that my meaning of that word catalyst is that it was the first significant assault through the course of the events that unfolded that evening. I do not want to leave anyone with the impression that the victim of that assault had anything to do with the gunman continuing on with his rampage. The wording, the catalyst, was used to express that was the first victim in the series of very horrific events. And I want to
and you don't use that word.
That violence against women is intolerable. It's real, it exists.
Oh.
And I don't want to be misunderstood.
Stop with the fucking psycho
had any blame
warfare
in relation to what occurred or transpired on those awful days. Do you want to start with our questions then?
No, Frank. He's not going to be there.
Thank you.
Je veux juste un moment, s'il te plaît. Une clarification avant de répondre aux
I'd just like to
questions.
make one clarification before answering questions. I was asked whether the assault and the flight of his girlfriend was a catalyst in what occurred afterwards. These were not the only factors involved in this event. I used the word catalyst to give people a more clear image of the potential cause. So that people would know exactly what factors were important.
Yes, that doesn't make sense,
We know
Ian.
that gender-based violence
At all.
exists, and we are doing everything
Handcuffed,
we can to fight
apparently,
it.
too. Handcuffed.
As a catalyst, I'm saying
Escaped
really that this was
burning
just the
house,
first,
hides in the
series of
forest
events. It was not the cause,
in
but it
sub-temperatures.
was simply the first event.
Give another guy
in
hypothermia
the
after
sequence
4
that
hours.
followed.
She does it for 8. Pretty fantastic.
We will now open it up for questions, and we're asking you to keep to one question and one follow-up.
I'm going to phone the tip line and ask what color the car is.
Please. We will go to the phone lines now for questions.
Colorblindness.
Operator, you may go ahead.
Thank you, merci. Please press star 1 at this time if you have a question. S'il vous plaît, appuyez sur l'étoile 1 maintenant pour poser une question. La première question, the first question is from Kayla Hansel with CBC National News. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hello, Superintendent. Thank you for this information today. I want to ask you
Hey,
about
Remis.
why your officers were on the road during this course of events alone. It seems that certainly by the time Constable Stevenson and Morrison were planning to meet up, you had some clear idea of what you were potentially facing here. So we're wondering why your officers had not doubled up or partnered up at this time.
Okay, well, thanks for your question. What I can tell you is that all of our officers weren't alone. We do have some of our police vehicles which have single officers within them, and then we have others that would have what we would call a two-person car. I can also confirm that there were several other resources in the area where there were more than one tactical
They did
resource
change a couple of things.
in vehicles as well. Often what happens in situations like this is that Our Operations Communication Center is coordinating with the Critical Incident Commander, and as we know information, we'll also set up perimeters in the area. So all those officers that were out there were needed within certain areas. But again, as I said, not all of our units were manned by one police officer.
I'm also wondering what you can tell me about the role of the CBSA that you mentioned at the beginning of your comments.
So I can't get into exactly what their role is. I mean, I think that I had answered a question last Friday with respect to the origin of some of the weapons that we're looking at. We are looking at origins from within this country and also outside of the country. So, of course, obviously, for anything that would deal with anything that came in from another country, we would require the cooperation and assistance, and we would have to work collaboratively with CBSA on that front.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Shaina Lek with CBC News. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Good afternoon, Superintendent. You've said that a full review is done after every critical incident. I'm wondering, what can you tell us about who's conducting this review? Is there anyone external to the RCMP playing a role there, and will it eventually be handed over to anyone else?
Okay. So, I mean, there's always a possibility that external reviews. So, for example, a critical incident that involves serious injury or death of one of our officers, ESTC will do an independent investigation of that. As I mentioned before, as well, when there's a police involved, serious injury or death to an individual, there's an independent body that will come in this case in Nova Scotia, it's CERT. They will also do an independent investigation of those circumstances surrounding that event. Specific to critical incidents, we debrief all critical incidents in the RCMP. The critical incident commanders will do a debriefing post the critical incident, as well as the psychological debriefings that are done. Any major event in the RCMP that unfolds where there's questions asked, I can guarantee you this organization is very alive to and actually exercises internal reviews. And then at times, if it's warranted, external reviews will be done as well. There's been some talk about, and I've noticed this in the media, I've been following it as well. People are calling for inquiries.
Yes.
That is another form of an external review. So all of these things, these mechanisms can take place to look at exactly what happened and to determine exactly what roles every person played, the decisions that were made, and other things like that.
Thank you. And secondly, can you tell us what, if anything, have you found at the shooter's Dartmouth properties, his home and his business?
Well, I can confirm that we've searched his home and business in the Dartmouth area. I'm not going to get into specifics, but it does appear that the gunman had, I wouldn't say vacated the property, but he had left the Dartmouth area for a period of time, and it appeared as if he was mainly using the Portapique residence as his permanent address or his more frequented address at that time. But I can't get into specifics in terms of what we found.
Thank you. La question suivante. The next question is from Todd Baddis of CTV News. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Civil suit
Hi,
negligence.
Superintendent, and thank you for your time. I'm wondering if you can tell us whether investigators have had the opportunity to talk to the victim of that initial assault and what that person has been able to supply RCMP in terms of the investigation.
Yes, I can confirm that we have had the opportunity. In fact, we've had a number of opportunities to interview that critical witness. We intend on conducting further interviews. I'm sure that you would appreciate that given the closeness that
I think his business was cash.
had to the gunman. She is a critical witness, and it will take some time. We are going to spend our time with her. We want to understand everything that she knows. And again, like any witness, sometimes the pieces of information that individuals think are too small Well, our intention is to be able to get every piece of information from her. So
Yeah,
that
we
will
need
assist
people
us
out there
in our
to start
investigation.
checking.
And just to follow up, if I may, have investigators spoken with anyone in the United States?
I can confirm that we have, yes.
Interesting.
Thank you. La question suivante, the next question
How does
is
he
from
know?
Stuart Peddle with the Chronicle Herald. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Well, we were wondering about the explosions that witnesses had reported, and we'd heard rumors that they may have been armed with grenades. I wonder if you can explain or provide information about whether he had explosives.
So what I can tell you is, unfortunately, given the state of the gunman's residence, our ability to fully understand all the evidence from that location is limited due to the damage. But we have obtained statements from individuals that knew the gunman, and there is information that is consistent with part of your question. In terms of explosion, some of our witness statements indicate that the gunman had purchased some ammunition or had possessed a significant amount of ammunition. And as those residences are burning, some of that ammunition was more than likely igniting and potentially exploding. So that could be one of the reasons. I mean, a full investigation into the actual arson of those residences is underway, and we'll understand more as that analysis is done and the reports are finalized.
With tobacco. All the fire is
My
still
second question
going.
would be to follow up on previous caller. You mentioned you had spoken with somebody in the U.S., but you didn't go any further than that. Could you clarify or expand on that?
I can't expand on that right now. It's part of the active and ongoing investigation, and it's a piece that right now, unfortunately, I can't share with you.
La question suivante, the next question is from Brian Hill with Global News National. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous. I'm sorry, Mr. Hill. We're unable to hear you this time. If you have a question, please go ahead. Your line is open. Unfortunately, we're unable to hear you. Hearing no response, we will move on to the next questioner, which is Michael Dutton from the Canadian Press. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Good afternoon, Inspector. Can you please describe any prior history of domestic abuse by Mr. Wortman against women or his partner? Whether you uncovered any prior and how much extensive it was?
So as I've mentioned, we're speaking to everybody that knows the gunman, and of course we're not just focusing on the events of April 18th and 19th. We're obviously working backwards from that, and we have spoken to witnesses who have provided information to us about prior assaults. Those are all things that we are dealing with right now, and as I mentioned in a previous question, the common law spouse of the gunman, those are items that we're working through with her right now to have a better understanding of that.
And I'm going to ask a follow-up question, but please clarify if you mean domestic assault. And in addition, can you tell me what evidence, if any, there was from the investigation that perhaps misogyny or hatred of women was involved in his targeting of women during his rampage?
I don't think so.
So what I can tell you is that I'm not aware personally of any information that has come in to the investigative team specific to misogyny or hatred towards women. But I think what I could probably do, and I'm certainly not downplaying the fact that several women had died through the course of this tragic series of events. But 11 men died and 14 women. Far too many people had died, but it doesn't appear in terms of what we've seen that he was purposefully targeting women. it appeared as if he was just targeting individuals that either he knew or individuals for whatever reason that I don't think any of us will ever understand or comprehend, that when he came across those individuals, that he killed them. It's completely senseless, but I can confirm, those numbers in terms of 11 men and 14 women.
No, you can't keep eye contact, Wendy.
Thank you.
I should maybe stop for a second and just clarify that.
Bullshit.
When I say victims, I'm talking about individuals who were injured, either killed or injured. So, for example, last Friday I had mentioned that there was a male and a female who were driving in a vehicle leaving the Portapique area. And when the gunman had pulled up beside them, he fired into that vehicle. That individual was injured. He was wounded. So I'm talking about those who were wounded, like Constable Morrison, as well. So they're included in those numbers.
How many wounded now? Sorry, I missed
If it
that.
makes any difference to anyone, I can also confirm that the government not only killed people or shot at people, but he also killed animals and pets that were at the residences or either wounded them.
Get off the emotional tugging, please.
Thank you. La question suivante. The next question is from Brian Hill,
Women and
With-
dogs.
Global News. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hi there. Apologies for getting disconnected earlier. I'm just wondering if there's any more details you can provide us in terms of those individuals who were targeted that the suspect or the gunman knew, specifically why he targeted them. We know there's a history of property disputes, so we're wondering if you have any more information on the specific reasons why individuals were targeted.
So I don't have access to the finer details of that, but I'll agree and confirm with you that there was certainly a fairly sizable amount of information that there were individuals who had a number of disputes with the gunman over a certain period of time, and it appears to be a lengthy period of time. That included everything from associates to business partners to family members. I can't really provide much detail right now. We're trying to understand that. Our investigators are trying to trace back to determine whether or not there was any motivation, but it just appears as if it was a completely senseless series of very violent acts, and we're trying to understand that as best as we can.
And just as a follow-up, there's been a lot of talk about the emergency alert system and the fact that it wasn't utilized by the RCMP. People have criticized the fact that it wasn't used. I'm just wondering, are there any protocols in place that tell RCMP officers in Nova Scotia when they should request that an emergency alert be issued? And if no protocols are in place, what are you doing to remedy that now?
Okay, thanks for that question. What I can tell you is that, as I had mentioned last Friday, I've been a police officer for almost 30 years. I have myself never witnessed or been a part of a critical incident where the emergency alert system was used. But what I can tell you is that we're certainly very aware of that issue, and we are conducting a full review of that system, and we're in conversations with not only the province but also the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police on that particular issue.
Thank you. La question suivante. The next question is from Paul Vieira with the Wall Street Journal. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hi. Good afternoon. I want to be clear on something. You said, or at least I thought I heard, that the suspect may have left Portapique driving through the woods. Did I hear correctly? Is that how he was able to avoid law enforcement? Is it estimated that he left the Portapique area before police arrived?
Well, I would say that all detailed records that we have through our operational communication center. It shows our first unit arriving on the scene at 10:26 in the evening. And since that time, we've obtained a statement from an area resident that believed at the time that they saw a vehicle moving through a field was at around 10:35. So there's approximately a 9-minute period of time. We're talking about a 4-kilometer area. As I mentioned last Friday, there were several victims and several structure fires at that time. But it's our belief, based on the distance that the gunman had traveled to the Bird area, as well as the timestamp of the video that we've obtained, that he definitely would have left that area at that time. That would be, certainly our understanding of the sequence of timing and the events that unfolded.
I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Greg Mercer with the Globe and Mail. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Thank you. This question is about the investigation into whether or not the gunman received help in the lead up to these crimes. Are your investigators interviewing former RCMP officers about their relationship with the gunman?
What I'll confirm is that it's my understanding that the gunman was related to retired RCMP officers, and we've interviewed those officers, and we're continuing the investigation.
Plural. Oh.
But at this time, what I'll confirm is that there's no indication that a former member of the RCMP provided assistance to the gunman or had provided them with any police equipment.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Alexa McLean with Global News. La parole est à vous.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm just curious if RCMP have determined all of the weapons that were used by the gunman, and if he had a firearms license outside of Canada. We know that
Let's see.
there may be some questions there about where these weapons came from. Did they come from the black market primarily? Just looking for an update here on the weapons used.
So in terms of the weapons used, I can't get into the details about those weapons outside of the fact that, as I stated on Friday, that the gunman was in possession of several semi-automatic handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles. In terms of the caliber of those, I can't get into those details because the investigation is still active and ongoing.
Cert.
And you'd have to appreciate as well is that we need to be able to, as best as we can, associate those weapons through the ammunition used to the actual victims. So those efforts are ongoing. That was the first part of your question. The second part of your question was in regards to the United States or firearms acquisition certificates. Again, that's part of the active investigation, so unfortunately I can't provide you with any further details about that piece.
And just a quick follow-up, looking at the photos that were provided, there is 2 photos from Debert that are fairly dark, and through this briefing we now know that the gunman spent the night in Debert, so several hours between 11:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. in an industrial area. Just wondering why police weren't able to track him there, and what you've learned about this specific area that he stayed in, if these photos are of where he stayed in Debert for the night.
So those photos are where he stayed in Debert that evening, and you'll notice that those photos are both very grainy and they're very dark. Because those photos were obtained when it was dark outside, so just after 11 in the evening and just before 6 o'clock in the morning. That area is it's not a very built-up area. It's more of an industrial area. It's dark. What I can say is that that was an area that I would say the gunman probably had some area knowledge of. In terms of tracking the gunman, we don't know exactly what he did while he was there. We don't know exactly where he secreted himself or that police car or that replica police car. Those are all parts of the investigation that we're still trying to uncover, and that's why I've asked for any individual to come forward with any information if they saw something suspicious or they know something.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Victoria Walton with The Coast. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. A lot of them have already been answered, but I am still wondering kind of about those key locations that the gunman went to. You mentioned, I believe, he went to a location in Wentworth twice, and we know that he was kind of observing and things like that. And can you just talk about why he may have gone to some locations more than once, as well as spent more time in locations and then traveled more quickly through others?
So I'm going to need you to clarify part of your question when you said that, you know, information
fake,
about the gunman observing certain locations. You know, if there's something specific about that you know, I'd like to hear about it. Is there anything that you could add so that maybe I can fully answer your question?
Ooh.
No, sorry. I just thought you had said on Highway 4, I believe it was, when he was in Wentworth, that he had drove by one location that he then returned to later.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's not a problem. Now I understand what you're asking. So when you travel to the Wentworth area, it's our belief that the victims of that, the murder of the 2 men and 1 woman and the house fire, they were known, or at least the couple that lived at that residence were known to the gunman. That first image that is on that slide is an image from a house nearby that had a video surveillance system, and I believe that it shows the gunman passing by towards that residence where that offense occurred at around 6:30 in the morning. The second video surveillance photo that you see is approximately 3 hours later. That's from the same residence, capturing the vehicle leaving that area. As I indicated before, it's our belief that the gunman went to the victim's residence. We believe that the gunman took the lives of those individuals shortly after arriving. However, we believe that the gunman more than likely had stayed in that residence for a period of time before setting on fire and then leaving southbound on Highway 4 from that location.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, est de Héloïse Rodriguez de Radio-Canada. Please go ahead, la parole est à vous.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire si à ce moment-ci le bilan des victimes est final, si on s'attend à ce qu'il continue d'augmenter et combien de victimes sont mortes en balle et combien sont mortes dans les flammes?
Un peu plus lentement, s'il te plaît.
Oui. Pouvez-vous nous dire si le bilan
Can you tell us whether the toll of the victims is final and how many victims died because of fire?
Un moment, s'il te plaît.
They all go to the same school. That's their attitude. Duck. Higher than thou. Much higher. Don't need to apologize.
Nous savons que 9 personnes ont été
We know that 9 individuals were killed by fire and the others by gunshot wounds. Is that the final toll of victims, or are you expecting to find more victims?
Non, nous savons maintenant que
No.
pas des autres victimes.
Now we know there are no other victims.
Merci. Et est-ce que
Thank you.
vous avez, à la lumière de ces nouveaux éléments,
And in light of this new information, what can you tell us about the relationship between the gunman and the first woman who was assaulted. Do we have more details about their relationship?
Can't you just answer?
Parlez-vous de son petit ami?
Are you talking about his girlfriend?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. They've been doing that the whole time.
Can you clarify if they were still together or what the nature of their relationship was so that we have a little more information about that?
Holy fuck, man. We are getting snowed. Snowed.
Ils étaient des voisins.
They were neighbors.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Juste une autre question, s'il vous plaît.
Sorry?
One more question, please.
Thank you. So the next question is from Charles Hatch with Canada's National
What?
Firearms Association. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hello, Superintendent. Thank you for taking my question. Many of my questions have already been answered by the previous reporters. I do have an outstanding question, which is, was the murderer in possession of a so-called military-style assault rifle?
Cert?
What I can say is that there was what would be considered a weapon that could be described that way, but I don't want to get into those details because, as you may know, as we move through the investigation and talk to witnesses, establishing the credibility and the weight of the information that they provide to us is very important, and we do that through them providing us details that are not widely known by many, and that's why we can't disclose those details right now.
No, that's not the reason.
Okay, fair enough. Can you say whether or not that so-called military-style assault rifle was actually used in the rampage?
Yes.
Well, I can't at this point at all talk to you about too many of the weapons. I do know that witnesses did describe seeing the gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman
What's going on here?
barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon,
Whoa.
and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon.
Did he say something
And I
very
can also
bad?
say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say
Yeah.
that,
Oops.
of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say that, of course, gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon, and I can also say.
Okay, we're having some problems with the feed there. We apologize for that. Of course, that was the latest update from RCMP in
Skipping.
Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. That was Chief Superintendent Darren Campbell giving the latest timeline.
The disc was broke and scratched.
During that rampage 2 weekends ago there that killed 22 people. There are some new details that we're learning. We know that 9 people were killed by fire because there were some homes that were set ablaze. There were also others, the 13 others they confirm were killed by gunshot. And you heard the last question there asking about what type of weapons that the killer was using. There was a question that he did have semi-automatic handguns, semi-automatic rifles, but the question there from the
Which
reporter
died?
was there a weapon that could be described as a military assault rifle? They did not rule that out, that he did have a military assault rifle, but whether it was used in the rampage, they couldn't confirm that information at this time. Also, the other big piece of information, lots of pieces of information coming out of this press conference, is that the shooter's girlfriend has been a critical witness throughout this whole investigation. She's been interviewed multiple times and will be continued to have RCMP speak with her throughout this investigation as they try to get more answers and put this puzzle together of this terrible rampage that happened 2 weekends ago. Let's bring in the CBC's Preston Mulligan, who has been following along from Halifax, doing a great job on the reporting, Preston, throughout this whole tragic event. Let's start off with Superintendent Darren Campbell did fill in some of those timeline gaps, but specifically where the gunman spent the night.
Yeah, that's right. As you heard, the Superintendent Darren Campbell started to kind of fine-tune the timeline. They gave us a timeline on Friday. A few days later today, we got some fine-tuned numbers and times of where he was and exactly his movements, etc. One that stuck out for me was, and one of my questions going into this briefing was, what was the shooter doing from the time they got the 911 call and they responded in Portapique at 10:30, 10:26 on Saturday night until the next 911 call many, many hours later, the next morning, late in the morning at 9 or in the 9:30 time. What was he doing? And now we've got a better idea of that. Police say that he left the Portapique area. Just a note on Portapique, there's only one way in and there's only one way out. And we know from this debriefing now from the RCMP that he didn't use that main road to get out of Portapique, that he in fact had found I guess you could call it a trail in the field. Maybe there is some, some farm equipment that uses these trails. We don't know, but he drove through a field, and that is how he managed to get out of the Portapique area, presumably without any other RCMP spotting him, because we know that they were on site. He left Portapique about a half hour, 45 minutes after police arrived on scene. From Portapique, he made his way to De Burt, which is just outside Truro. It's a small community as well. I don't think I would describe it as rural. You heard the RCMP talk about it as being an industrial. It's kind of a commercial industrial area. So he managed to find a spot in that community where he spent the night. Most of the night, anyway. They know that by 5:40 the next morning, he was on the move again. And we're learning new information as well, Hannah, about the car that he was driving, the fact that he had several replica RCMP vehicles.
They're not replica. They are police cars. Would they stop fucking sowing the bullshit?
And acquired those roof lights that you see, as well as the decals. Those were purchased
dollars
online.
to donuts.
But
he has that gun.
That's one of the things I'm most interested in, is how he got
HK-MP5.
those decals. Another very interesting detail, I think is the first time we heard this, was that the shooter has relatives who were retired RCMP officers, and they're in touch with those retired RCMP officers now, and that they're among the many witnesses that police are talking to. We know they've got up to 435 witnesses in this case already, half of whom police have managed to sit down and talk to already.
And one of the things that we heard Chief Superintendent clarify there as well is that although he did have relatives, that they didn't play any role in assisting the shooter in this rampage.
Good point. That's right.
And he also talked more about the attack on his girlfriend.
That's right. The question came late in the briefing about the relationship where Superintendent Darren Campbell referred to the woman as his common law partner. Near the end of the debriefing, he said that they were neighbors, so they were led to understand that they didn't live together, and that she was the first victim in this violent attack, that there was what they referred to Friday as a serious assault on his common law partner, but that she managed to escape, that she left the house where they were that
she's
evening,
common law,
Saturday
but
night,
she's a neighbor?
managed to go to the woods, a nearby wooded area, and hide in the woods, and she stayed in the woods until 6:30 the next morning. That's when she emerged.
Didn't freeze.
That's when she became the key witness. Sunday morning, was able to tell police officers who he was, what he had, and more information that we're not 100% privy to the kind of information she gave them.
Preston Mulligan, thank you for your great reporting. We really appreciate it. CBC's
You're welcome.
Preston Mulligan in Halifax. I want to bring in now former RCMP officer Kim Watts-Center, who into this conversation. She has 19 years of experience as an officer and has investigated homicide cases before. She's in Fraser Lake, British Columbia. Kim, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. You were listening along during this.
Let's see here. Let's just see if it'll.
That tell RCMP officers in Nova Scotia when they should request that an emergency alert be issued.
But at this time, what I'll confirm is that there's no indication that a former member of the RCMP provided assistance to the gunman or had provided them with any police equipment.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Alexa McLean with Global News. La parole est à vous.
Hey, Sliven. What's up, buddy?
Thank you. I'm just curious if RCMP have determined all of the weapons that were used
East
by the
Coast.
gunman, and if he had a firearms license outside of Canada. We know that there may be some questions there about where these weapons came from. Did they come from the black market primarily? Just looking for an update here on the weapons used.
Sure.
So in terms of the weapons used, I can't get into the details about those weapons outside of the fact that, as I stated on Friday, that the gunman was in possession of several semi-automatic handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles. In terms of the caliber of those, I can't get into those details because the investigation is still active and ongoing.
Cert.
And you'd have to appreciate as well is that we need to be able to, as best as we can, associate those weapons through the ammunition used to the actual victims. So those efforts are ongoing. That was the first part of your question. The second part of your question was in regards to the United States or firearms acquisition certificates. Again, that's part of the active investigation, so unfortunately I can't provide you with any further details about that piece.
And just a quick follow-up, looking at the photos that were provided, there is 2 photos from Debert that are fairly dark, and through this briefing, we now know that the gunman spent the night in Debert, so several hours between 11:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. in an industrial area. Just wondering why police weren't able to track them there, and what you've learned about this specific area that he stayed in, if these photos are of where he stayed in Debert for the night.
So those photos are where he stayed in Debert that evening, and you'll notice that those photos are both very grainy and they're very dark. It's because those photos were obtained when it was dark outside, so just after 11 in the evening and just before 6 o'clock in the morning. That area is it's not a very built-up area. It's more of an industrial area.
Silence
dark.
is complicity.
What I can say is that
Not just-
that was
not
an
just
area
complacency.
that I would say the gunman probably had some area knowledge of. In terms of tracking the gunman, we don't know exactly what he did while he was there. We don't know exactly where he secreted himself or that police car or that replica police car. Those are all parts of the investigation that we're still trying to uncover, and that's why I've asked for any individual to come forward with any information if they saw something suspicious or they know something.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante, is from Victoria Walton with The Coast. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. A lot of them have already been answered, but I am still wondering kind of about those key locations that the gunman went to you mentioned, I believe you went to a location in Wentworth twice, and we know that he was kind of observing and things like that. And can you just talk about why he may have gone to some locations more than once, as well as spent more time in locations and then traveled more quickly through others?
So I'm going to need you to clarify part of your question when you said that, information about the gunman observing certain locations. If there's something specific about that I'd like to hear about it. Is there anything that you can add so that maybe I can?
That's digging. He's digging her for knowledge. What do you know? Tell me what you know. Because maybe she's got a lead on something.
Fully answer your question.
So, those things, like, I don't know, I listen closely for them.
No, sorry, I just thought you had said on Highway 4, I believe it was, when he was in Wentworth, that he had drove by one location that he then returned to later.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's not a problem. Now I understand what you're asking. So when you travel to the Wentworth area, it's our belief that the victims of the murder of the 2 men and 1 woman and the house fire, they were known, or at least the couple that lived at that residence were known to the gunman. That first image that
I'll watch it again,
is
Tracy.
on that slide is an image from a house nearby that had a video surveillance system.
Terrible video.
It shows the gunman passing by.
Okay, do you guys notice that, right? They can always, and usually do, provide media a package before a briefing or a press conference. And that way then the CBC or whomever can show those slides when he brings them up on his screen. But he hasn't provided anybody with them. So you just get the little tiny grainy picture. And this video is never going to be released, right? We're never going to be able to see it. Well, maybe, depending on how grainy it is.
By towards that residence where that offense occurred at around 6:30 in the morning. The second video surveillance photo that you see is approximately 3 hours later. That's from the same residence, capturing the vehicle leaving that area. As I indicated before, it's our belief that the gunman went to the victim's residence. We believe that the gunman took the lives of those individuals shortly after arriving. However, we believe that the gunman more than likely had stayed in that residence for a period of time.
Okay, so this is the corrections officers, right? So why did he stay there? He knows them. She's a female corrections officer, and he's not. He's a male corrections officer. Why does he stay there? Why does he burn down their house? Something key is with that property. And then, of course, they did the, sorry to stop it, but the absolute destruction on the scene right away, even though it's still smoldering. Right? They absolutely wrecked this site. Crime scene cleanup? Oh yeah. Before you even do the investigation. So something was there that he was big on.
Before setting on fire and then leaving southbound on Highway 4 from that location.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante est de Héloïse Rodriguez de Radio-Canada.
They had 2 copters, Gary.
Please go ahead, la parole est à vous.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire si à ce moment-ci le bilan des victimes est final ou si on s'attend à ce qu'il continue d'augmenter et combien de victimes sont mortes par balle et combien sont mortes dans les flammes?
Un peu plus lentement, s'il te plaît.
Oui. Pouvez-vous nous dire si le bilan des victimes...
Don't you have to be bilingual to serve this high? You did. You used to have to.
Et combien de personnes sont mortes par balle et combien sont mortes dans les feux?
So she's telling them.
Un moment, s'il vous plaît.
Holy fuck, man. Look at this. It's just like they have to get it just down pat. No wonder the other one fucking died.
Nous savons que 9 personnes ont été mortes par l'incendie et les autres par les balles. Okay. Est-ce que c'est le bilan final ou vous attendez encore avoir d'autres victimes? Non, nous savons maintenant que n'y a pas des autres victimes.
What did she ask?
Merci.
What? I didn't hear a translation.
Est-ce que vous avez, à la lumière de ces nouveaux éléments, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire sur la relation entre le tireur et la première femme qui a été agressée? Est-ce qu'on a plus de détails sur leur relation?
Fucking French. Okay, whatever she's asking is causing a lot of problems. Remember, and the video died before this, right?
Parlez-vous de son petit ami ou les deux premières victimes? OK. Non, c'est ça, la petite amie. Pouvez-vous clarifier s'ils étaient encore ensemble, s'ils étaient de la nature de leur relation, si on a plus d'informations?
Is that what she's asking about the girlfriend? The girlfriend who's a neighbor? Who's Kamala?
Ils étaient des voisins. OK. Merci beaucoup. Juste une autre question, s'il te plaît.
Whatever the question is fucking sticky. Really sticky.
Is from Charles Hatch, Canada's National Firearms Association. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Hello, Superintendent. Thank you for taking my question. Many of my
Does anybody have anything more specific about what about the girlfriend? Like there was a little bit of back and forth between them. And I didn't complete my French 9 years nonsense. She asked if they were still together. Okay, there was two sets of questions there, and what was the response? Were they together? Do you guys mind if we go back? I think that's her.
Our belief that the gunman went to the victim's residence. We believe that the gunman took the lives of those individuals shortly after arriving. However, we believe that the gunman
he didn't have
more
power.
than likely had stayed in that residence for a period of time before setting on fire and
Multiple
then leaving
convictions.
southbound on Highway 4 from that location.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. The next question, la question suivante est de Héloïse Rodriguez de Radio-Canada. Please go ahead, la parole est à vous.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire si à ce moment-ci le bilan des victimes est final ou si on s'attend à ce qu'il continue d'augmenter et combien de victimes sont mortes par balle et combien sont mortes dans les flammes?
Okay, so what? Can somebody translate that verbatim for me, please? Oh, East Coast, are you also a French speaker too? How many fucking skills does this guy have? Unbelievable. Singing, movies, Pretty amazing. Asking about how many victims and how many victims by gunshot. Well, didn't we already get that? 9 by fire and 13 by gunshot. Is that correct? Is the number of questions final? Okay. Well, then you speak more language than I do. Okay, so are we settled that it's the number of victims total? Okay. Thank you.
Oui. Pouvez-vous nous dire si le bilan des victimes est final et combien de personnes sont mortes par balle et combien sont mortes dans les feux?
Okay, he speaks French. He must, right? He's that high level. He has to be able to speak French. So he understands at least what the question is, I believe, right? Is the amount final? Sorry. I really don't like her. I don't like any of them, but...
Un moment, s'il te plaît.
1 minute, please. What the fuck? You don't know how many victims you have? That one's not a hard one to answer. How many died in fire? Did they not already say? 9 people died by fire. He said that. 13 by gunshot. Is that what everybody heard before? Holy fuck, he's got to go back and figure it out? Oh my God. Wow. Oh, he's counting them. I think he said 9.
Nous savons que 9 personnes ont été mortes par l'incendie et les autres par les balles.
Okay. Can I get a translation there, please? And thank you. Truth doesn't need notes. No. You don't have to have very good memory if you tell the truth. You don't need to figure out stories. It doesn't take you days and days. And we can't answer that. Is it still the same? I wanted to hear what her response was. Oh, shit. Okay. I can back it up. A couple of seconds here.
Nous savons que 9 personnes ont été mortes par l'incendie et les autres par les balles.
Do you need it again, Marty? Thank you very much for translating. I really appreciate it. 9 others in fire, others by bullet. Okay, we confirmed on that. Marty's agreement. I mean, if this is such a big case to them, why do they not know this stuff by heart? Very odd.
Okay. Est-ce que c'est le bilan final ou vous attendez encore avoir d'autres victimes?
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Marty. Thanks everybody for translating. Yes, E. Okay, what was that part? Because now even the French lady doesn't know. Is that the final count? That one, honestly, you have to go and ask, is anybody else going to die? This question has been asked repeatedly. No, nobody's in hospital. We're all okay. Everybody's been discharged. Which again is something I'm going to go through at some point here because there seems to be a bit of an issue with the injured people.
Non, nous savons maintenant que n'y ont pas des autres victimes.
To just saying no, that's the end. There's no more. Yeah, the how do the people getting out of the house? I don't know. Is he tying these people all up and then burning the houses down? We had 5 structure fires. Is that correct? 5 fires? Not structure fires. 5 fires. Great freeze frame. Freeze frame. Is that what she responded? No, there's not going to be any more. Yeah, she looks freaking retarded. Actually, I think you're right. I'll take a screenshot of that. Me? Très stupide? Okay.
Merci. Et est-ce que vous avez, à la lumière de ces nouveaux éléments, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire sur la relation entre le tireur et la première femme qui a été agressée? Est-ce qu'on a plus de détails sur leur relation?
Okay. I'm sorry if this is painful for other people, but I think somewhere in here, all this stuff is really important. So I want to be able to make sure that I understand it fully and that everybody else does. So if you guys don't mind continuing to translate, that would be awesome for the rest of us plebes that don't speak French. The relation, there's something fucked up now with this girlfriend, eh? I mean, the whole girlfriend thing is just a mess. Because didn't he say that they're living in separate residences, but they're common law? Okay. Relationship to the first female.
Parlez-vous de son petit ami ou les 2 premières victimes? OK. Non.
She's asking about the relationship between the first aggravated female. So, okay, that's going to be the one that they contend was beaten up. And see, remember how he started this off, right? He was like, oh, I need to make a clarification. It wasn't a catalyst. It was just the first event that happened. And now, there's funny business going on, whether she lived there, she didn't. Girlfriend or the 2 first. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm following quite, Marty. My apologies. Yeah, a little faster than this. I just watched the actual stream. Oh, buffering? I'm getting buffering, honestly. Okay. That's it. She doesn't say anything more there. Sorry. The cop asked the journalist, the girlfriend or the two first female victims? Okay. Ooh. Wow.
Donc, c'est ça, la petite amie. Pouvez-vous clarifier s'ils étaient encore ensemble, s'ils étaient de la nature de leur relation, si on a plus d'informations?
I'm just gonna. I'll be right back. Marty or Shay, somebody, if you don't mind translating that last little bit, that'd be great. More info about the relationship. Wow. When the story. I do know her name. And probably some of you in here do. I dug around a little bit in her, but there's not a lot that I was able to come up with. But who are the other two? That's the problem. Also.
Ils étaient des voisins.
Howdy, hillbilly honky. I love your name. Marty, you're a star for translating. Translation, they were neighbors. So the first victim is the neighbor who's also, am I getting that right? Just, there's so much stuff I try to keep straight here, but the first victim, to the best of my knowledge, was the girlfriend / common law, who now lives in a different residence. Am I understanding that correctly? Who was the first victim. He beat her up, was at a party, didn't go well, handcuffed her. She managed to escape with a phone, to the best of my understanding, hid in the woods in freezing temperatures that the other man succumbed to, well, got hypothermia, diagnosable hypothermia that he needed treatment for after 4 hours. But she was able to hide in the woods for 8, and being handcuffed, the husband burnt down the house, or the common law. Am I getting that right? Anybody disagree with what I'm gathered so far? Was also the person who apparently disclosed to the police about the police vehicle. Not the replica, but the police vehicle that he was driving, which they knew about for months before. The first 2 deaths after her assault, kidnapping, RCMP were saying were females. The second female had 2 children who she hid downstairs before going outside. I don't know much about that at all. Send you a name on Twitter. You can do some amazing homework there. This is about the motorcycle and the 2 locations. I am interested in the 2 locations, yes, and motorcycle. I don't know much about it. I've seen it kicked around a little bit. But right now I'm just kind of focused on the understanding the female stuff. Is in fact that everybody else is understanding too about the female? The first female, common law, who now apparently didn't live in the same residence, who got beat up, handcuffed. He burnt down the house. She escaped with a cell phone, hid in the woods for 8 hours. The other man had hypothermia after 4. She was treated. They said something, but I got the inference it was more for shock from the other press interview. Am I understanding this correctly? Common law who doesn't live in the same house. Okay, now it's gone off into the kids. I don't think there were kids in the house. They didn't mention anything about the kids. There's some kind of sticking point between this first person and the next 2. And they're not wanting to say the relationship. Like, is there a love triangle thing going on here? Oh, she did have so Wortman had 2 children or stepchildren or something? No, didn't he say that there was no prior stuff to do with 2 ran out of the house. Okay, so the girlfriend has 2 kids. But did you all pick that up too? I'm going to go back and watch it. So, I'm not going to try and I'm just trying to get a gauge for what everybody else is seeing. Did they not say that they did not live in the same residence? That it was the neighbor? was the first person. One was stabbed. I don't know anything about his kids. This is all news. Yes, okay. Okay. Very odd.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Juste une autre question, s'il te plaît. One more question, please.
Thank you. The next question is from Charles Hatch with Canada's National Firearms Association. Please go ahead. La parole est à vous.
Yes, exactly.
Hello,
Great.
Superintendent. Thank you for taking my question. Many of my questions have already been answered by the previous reporters. I do have an outstanding question, which is, was the murderer in possession of a so-called military-style assault rifle?
What I can say is that there was what would be considered a weapon that could be described that way, but I don't want to get into those details because, as you may know, as we move through the investigation, we talk to witnesses, establishing the credibility and the weight of the information that they provide to us is very important, and we do that through them providing us details that are not widely known by many, and that's why we can't disclose those details right now.
What?
Okay, fair enough.
That's
Can you
BS.
say whether or not that so-called military-style assault rifle was actually used in the rampage?
No answer.
Well, I can't at this point at all talk to you about too many of the weapons. I do know that witnesses did describe seeing the gunman carrying a long-barreled weapon. And I can also say that, of course, Constable Morrison, as well as the other surviving gunshot wound victim that was leaving the Portapique area, described that the gunman had shot them with a handgun.
Very good. Thank you for taking my question.
So it's a drive-by shooting with a handgun? And he gets hit twice. One in each arm. As he's waiting in his vehicle. He pulls up beside him and opens fire. 2 shots. Through the window. Hitting both arms.
This concludes our press conference. Ceci conclut la conférence de presse. Merci pour votre présence. Thank you for attending.
Wow. That was interesting. 9 deaths by fire. Girlfriend who doesn't live in the same home. The timeline was totally fucked because Twitter feed, the silver SUV disappeared from the tweets, remember? The early tweets, the silver tracker, which, well, it was SUV that turned into the tracker. And I said that can't be because he's in 2 different places at the same time with 2 different vehicles. That just is not possible. Yet the silver SUV comes back and drives the 1.8 kilometers. I was out by 0.6 down to Gino Goulet's house, where he then trades it in for the Mazda of no specific color now. This one's interesting. So do you remember that Leather said that he was asked questions about the Naughty, you have my Twitter, Nani? Leather answered about the weapons, and he said, we can't disclose that because it's in the hands of CERT. Now, I didn't understand, and I was using CERT and SWAT interchangeably, and I think a lot of people did. And CERT is not, in fact, oh, hey, yeah, okay. You can give me a call when you have an opportunity. We can talk about this a bit more after I'm done. CERT is not SWAT. CERT has a very specific mandate. The CERT, Serious Incident Response Team, independently investigates all serious incidents which arise from the actions of police in Nova Scotia. Has to do with police discharging weapons or beating up people, offenses that police commit. And so Leather says, oh no, we can't answer the question about weapons that Wortman had. This is going back on the other press conference, right? Because it's in the hands of CERT. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Other than one possible shooting, which was the last one. And, you know, I've been saying for a long time, I've been thinking about the weapons that he's using, RCMP issue weapons. And additionally, are we talking about people who are getting caught in crossfire here? So this is why you're going to have the involvement of CERT, because if there's weapons being sold to Mr. Wortman from somebody inside the police, i.e. dirty cops, then that would be CERT. If you have the involvement of police killing individuals, that would be CERT, i.e. possibly Morrison. And the infamous body photo stuff, which East Coast picked up on, the body getting drugged behind the vehicle, only to have and there's a body yet lying at the, it's not lying behind here. So is this, in fact, is there only one body here and this is it? Because that doesn't add up with the video, which they drag the person, this body, where's that? Blues video, where she enhanced it, right? I don't know where that is. But this video, where they say, if you look closely, you'll see them drag the body out behind. But then he says, oh, they just shot a real cop right in front of us.
This is so fucked.
There goes the body.
They're dragging him out. Look, they're dragging somebody. Oh my god. That's a real cop, huh? He just killed a real cop right in front of us. Oh my god.
He just killed a real cop right in front of us?
God. Oh my fuck.
So, and the police here aren't worried. And you have somebody running off in the background who I think is a Wortman. But the police aren't worried. I mean, their conduct is quite casual, right? If you watch the two officers, they casually go down into the ditch for whatever reason. I've been trying to figure out for the life of me why they're going down into the ditch past this guard railing if we watch.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh my fuck.
Oh, wait a
This is
second.
fucking crazy.
Are they aiming on the hood of the car at the person who's running away? The one individual there standing there. Okay, so now the person's going to come back into the scene, running away, and this fellow right here is going to be. Is he leveling his gun?
Oh my fuck. This is fucking crazy.
And then there goes these officers casually down into the ditch. Oh, now coming out.
I'm like, shit, we should move. Like,
Why are they going in the ditch? Does anybody have any idea why they're going into the ditch? What possibly would be in the ditch? Like they were raking it then the next day, right? Where's that? Quite a few photos online about them raking. Did I go what? Here. Raking and on their hands and knees. What are they looking for? Shell casings? Because nobody's down there shooting. Are they? I mean, it's not like they can fire out to somebody on the road. Evidence in the ditch. Gun and casings in the ditch. I'm thinking there are casings, but about the cop in the ditch, maybe some piece of metal blew up in the explosion. I don't think there's a cop in the ditch. I don't think there's a cop in the ditch. I think there's casings or something, and it's clearly very small. You know, it's like somebody who's dropped a pin in the haystack. You know, they're looking for it really intently here. Something. But anything I've seen, and like I said, please forward me all the photos and video of, oh, there's Blue's video. The photos and video of the truck stop, the big stop down in Enfield that you come across, and anything to do with this Shub. I'm just going to say Shub because apparently people are laughing at me with my pronunciation, which is totally butchered. The Shub incident. Metal detector may have messed up the scene. RCMP doctoring. Totally doctoring. Yeah. They're visible. They do not have a metal detector. No, they don't. That's true. How it's done professionally. Now, here's another question. Why could they not disclose about the girlfriend from the very beginning? What has changed? Did they not know about the girlfriend from the very beginning? Did they not know about her? Obviously, they knew about her. They interrogated her. Why would they not talk about the girlfriend from the very beginning? They hid that until just the other day. And then the other thing I found in this whole stuff, to which, of course, I'm going to have to watch it probably 10, 15 times more, just to make sure I don't miss anything, the subtleties and things. But the tweets, their timeline is missing all the stuff to do with the Chevy Tracker. They're saying he's still, rightfully so, and that was what I was pointing out. You can't be in two different places at the same time. He drove this silver Tracker, which suddenly now has reappeared, but much later in the story, right? If you look, because the first tweet about the silver Tracker is here, essentially, right? The silver SUV. 1106. Yet he only drove this vehicle for 8 kilometers. 8 kilometers, 1.8 kilometers. And yet, way up in Brookfield, when he was in fact driving down to the Shube in the police car. Same here. He's still driving down and or in the incident in the Shube. But here he is somehow in the silver Tracker. But the silver Tracker does come back into the story after he gets in this incident on the Shube. And he burns cars, and he somehow has spare clothes and a bag full of guns. He shoots Mr. Weber, we're told, who's driving this Chevy Tracker. So he was never in Milford, and he was never in Brookfield, right? In the silver Tracker. Now, how do they know about this silver Tracker? And why is the silver Tracker coming back into the story much later? Only to drive this 1.8 kilometers, nowhere near either of the areas, nor at the time that they said. So something is very fishy with this area of the timeline and the silver Tracker. Is the silver Tracker, did it ever actually arrive at Miss, who is it? Goulet's residence? And he changes his RCMP uniform to a civilian clothes, which I'm assuming he must have had with him. Seems rather, I don't know. I just can't believe he would actually have a bag full of clothes. But he did know Goulet, I would think, because they were in the same field, right? Both denturists. And I don't think that Miss Goulet... Let's see if we can find an obituary for Gina Goulet. Did she have a husband? Is this her? Yeah. She will be sadly missed by her daughter, her father, her brother, sister, nieces, nephew, number of aunts, and extended family. So she didn't have a man in her life. So there was no men's clothing, I don't think, at Gina's house. So then he gets the civilian clothing, ditches the silver vehicle, which he had been driven for 1.8 kilometers, and he had the keys for, only to take her car, which I'm sure he would have probably had to hunt around a little bit for her for the keys, etc., which the police said was red, but in fact is gray. And then drove down to the truck stop, and just as pure coincidence, because that's the only thing you can call it, he stops for gas, and the police stop for gas. So he's filling up, and the police pull up beside him. And they're like, oh, there's Mr. Wortman. He's not driving the police car now. He's not driving the silver SUV. He's driving a totally different vehicle, which they didn't know about, right? The gray vehicle, they still didn't know about it. Even after days, they said it was red. But was he wearing a hat? You know, how did they identify themselves? Or identify him, sorry. They pull up beside him. Would he not be like, oh, I'm turning my back, I'm hiding kind of thing. I just put some gas in the car. I mean, this whole thing, this last little bit here from the Shub, there's many problems, obviously, many problems. And there was another one. He says, the individual there, Leather's replacement. Oh, people are begging now on the street with gloves on. Okay. Full retardville. Homeless people begging with gloves. Almost as good. I was going to have to put that photo up of the Islamic woman in a hijab standing on the street corner with a sign that says "Feed my kids," and none of the spelling was correct or anything. I'm like, that was a great decision to bring that woman in. With no husband, apparently. So how is it that they even would know? Are you following what I'm saying? Unless we had dirty cops. Oh, now what is this you've sent me here? Is this the silver SUV? Is this the silver SUV that you're trying to show me? Certainly isn't silver. Certainly is a mess. Definitely appears as though it's been in a fire. Where was this recovered? If this is in fact it. Is it in the article here? Nova Scotia RCMP to provide update on shooting. Oh, that's me, I think. Isn't it? Yeah, that's me. This is the tracker. Apparently. There, fucking tech. Nonsense. Nonsense tech. And very bad tech driver. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully I'm not doxing. Oh, that was on my phone, so I don't know. I don't have that app on here. Okay. So let's go back. I will show the picture here in its infinite glory. Where did you get this photo? Please. Because it doesn't look like it's at Goulet's place at all, which it should be, right? Because he traded vehicles. Well, he only took the vest. He just changed the jacket for a traffic vest. You want to hop on, Steve, or are you going to get in real trouble? I didn't see him running with the vest, but again, that's speculative. I only speculated that that's him that's running away, right? It makes sense, but I don't. What a good dad. I'm only speculating that that's him, but it doesn't make sense that. Plus, if he runs and he gets, let's just say, somebody on the ramp, well, the fucking ramp is blocked all up with cars burning. Let's pull up Google Earth. Do I have that pin on there? Let's see here. Geez, I didn't realize people like this kind of stuff. I do this stuff all the time. That's what I do every day, is just investigating shit. Okay, so I guess there's space, right? Let's look at the photo again. Is there a good angle of the ramp? Well, plus there's police up here. So where's he getting the silver SUV? He's running out on the highway? Or he's running down into the bush? Here over at this residence? Am I in the right area? Hold on a second here. Hold on. Where's the gazebo? There it is. So it's over here. The purple people eater, Steve? Yeah, I want the link. Sorry, I gotta. Can I have somebody send me the link to the on Twitter, please, for the GoFundMe so we can donate? And that one, I'm probably not going to get into the 2 GoFundMe story, but let's just say there's a reason. The purple people eater car? Because that's what they're saying. That's what they said in their official release, right? Where was the release? Pretty sure. Oh, wait a second. I know I put it in here. We go down cluster 2. See, they changed the number of pistols he had. Pistols, long-barreled weapons, long guns. But then they're saying he's using a military style weapon, and all out of the United States. And I'm thinking that a lot of the weapons that the RCMP gets aren't in fact from Canada, that they purchased them down in the United States, or obviously they're not purchasable in Canada unless you're in a special place. Those that don't have to answer questions or apologize. Now, here. At that point, both vehicles collided head-on, which doesn't seem probable once again because Heidi Stevenson's car has very little front-end damage. From any of the pictures we've looked at, it doesn't appear to have any front-end damage. Rather odd. His car does have some front-end damage. I think she pitted him. He hit the guardrail, though the guardrail is still intact. I don't know. Anyway, moving along. He shoots Stevenson. Well, he took her life. I'm guessing he shot her? That's interesting too, eh? That they worded like that. He took her life. They didn't say that he shot her. And then he took her gun and her magazines, which is why I keep saying you're going to see bullets in at least Gina Goulet that come from a RCMP issue weapon. I was saying that, right? And now they say, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yes, it does. A passerby stopped and was fatally shot by the gunman. The gunman set both Constable Stevenson's vehicle and replica vehicle on fire. Whoa, hold on a second here. They're saying first, the passerby stops, right? He shoots the passerby. Then he sets fire to the cars. But if we see the pictures, both the cars are not on fire. And yet the police are here. So how is it that that would mean he's running around here. Then he's taking the vehicle of the person he shot first, but we don't see any evidence of that, do we? Not in the video. Again, that could have happened, I suppose, before the video. Where's that other video of that scene? Anybody dug up any other video of the there's one more video, but it's far away. Anybody else dug up any other video of the Shub incident? I thought I had one more video of it. Burning cars. See, this car does have front-end damage. Thank you. Yeah, if you don't mind dropping it in periodically, that'd be great, Steve. Or somebody. Okay, let's go to some of your comments here because I've reviewed a couple of points that I had, and let's see if you guys have stuff you're adding in here. How many times do you change clothes? Well, it appears he only changed the once, right? He just changed the vest in the other video. That was it. He didn't change anything else. He just put the vest on. He took the jacket off. This video, which of course isn't fucking cropped like the media did, because then the timeline fucks up, right? Causes major problem, because they could have gone with the silver tracker story if they didn't have that timeline, but Mr. Cigar Smoker did. So he's going to take off the jacket and then put on the traffic vest. And somebody did point out about the yellow stripe, and I don't see a yellow stripe on the pants. Who is that? Cage. Cage said about the yellow stripe on the pants. And granted, I mean, it is far away and stuff like that, but there is no yellow stripe visible. And then he's going to put on the vest. So it's not as though he's changing clothes. He only changed his clothes the one time. But is he taking those clothes with him in the car that caught fire? Because if it's catching fire, I don't think you're going back to it. Just like the woman wouldn't be able to show police the pictures on the phone showing the cop car when the house is on fire. I don't think she can go in and get the cell phone. She had the cell phone with her the whole time. Now, why is she out in the forest hiding with a cell phone, freezing her ass off? Kind of stinky. In the next update briefing, they told us that the cop is chasing Pokemons. So he can hotwire a car now too. Well, I'm presuming that, but he's going to have to be looking around for the keys when he's got the tracker. But again, Ozzy's sending this picture of the burned out tracker, which definitely isn't at Gina Goulet's house. Now, is this in fact the tracker? This is in some commercial area because there's a chain link fence behind it. Gina Goulet's house, this is like a commercial area. You can see all kinds of cars parked, a stop sign. So this is like in an urban environment, not on a rural acreage. So if this is in fact the tracker, how did he get to Gina Goulet's house? And where does the tractor come in play? I'm thinking, and I was speculating with Adrian and Steve, that the tracker is Crossfire. Weber got killed by a cop. I kind of thought that I think I've said that a couple of times, but this is still my line of thinking, and it still fits. But if we know where the tracker's at, then we're going to be a little bit better off. Caught the motorcycle guy willing to talk to us. Okay, yeah. Low velocity head on. Listen, well, I mean, she got barely any damage on her car. If in fact that's even her car, I'm assuming that's her car. The body's beside it. Again, the body is beside it with the cops leveling their guns in the direction. If this was a video, ooh, that would be gold. But they still have their guns leveled, so who are they pointing at? And this takes place in close to the period of time of the video, right? Because the car is not fully engulfed. It's still here. So it's fairly close. This is from in somebody's car. You can see the reflection of the defrost vent through the window or on the window. Okay. Yes, please donate to Tara's fund, please, because she needs help. Hard to die when you have no will, and yeah, as I'm sure many of you do know. Like to know if he had a denture contract for the incarcerated. That's a fucking interesting point. Is that something to do with the corrections officers? Is that how he knows them? Because I was thinking, like, why would he really know the females? Or is she just innocent? Like, maybe he knows the male. I don't even know what he got sentenced to for the conviction. Does anybody know? For the 15-year-old boy, which I mistakenly was saying a girl at one point. Leaving it open by saying that he took her life. Yeah, so, hey, Raging. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I'm really behind in comments here. I'll try and speed up. Okay, let's see here. You can't be in two places at once, and that's why I was like, boom, 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 the other night. I'm like, this is just absolute bullshit. The time, he's in two different places at the same time in two different vehicles. It's absolute garbage. Shoe B. Okay, Shoe B. Thank you. I want Silver Tracker was stolen by Terrence Campbell. Okay, so you're saying the Silver Tracker was at Gina Goulet's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. He dropped that off there, and then Terrence Campbell came along and stole it? Because that's a pretty rural area, Ozzy. He just came walking down the street, walking down the highway, because that's on a highway, right? Walking down the highway, and just wandered into her yard, which is set back quite a bit, and decided to steal this vehicle. I'm not sure if that I'm following. Press conference. He did change clothes at the colleague's place. At the colleague's place. That's Gina Goulet's. That's what he's talking about, the colleague. It's a very bad use of colleague, too, because it would just be somebody who works in the same field. But he knew her. He knew her. I don't think they worked together, though. She had her own business. Raging. Changed the story for the sixth fucking time. Of course, yeah. They're just... It is constantly updating, and this is why the details are very vague, and we don't get a lot, and they don't want to answer anything, and the times. I mean, I have never seen a timeline that's 12 hours long with 16 different crime scenes with 4 times on it. They've added a few more times, which is going to be a problem, I'm sure, as we start to dig through it. But 4 times on the initial timeline, leaving out details that clearly were of no significant value, i.e. the girlfriend, throughout this whole process. You could have just started off with, if this was in fact true. This is just, I'm arguing that it was true, what they were saying. You could just say, yeah, there was a girl in the forest. It was her common law husband who committed all this stuff. She helped us out. She gave us the pictures. He beat her up. She escaped. He burned down the house. Of course, she's wearing handcuffs, but somehow she got out of those. It was handcuffs were reported. I can't say for sure, but that's what's been reported. And I don't even know how that person knew the details. But, so, okay. But you have 4 fucking times for the whole thing. And you can't fucking say what is it, doxing her? It's not going to do anything. Frank doxed her anyways. Get Go Get Funding gets less than GoFundMe. Connect the dots. People, red pill time, cover up. Absolute fucking cover up. I was looking at that. Aussie should send some of that to sales. Okay, yes, please. I'll talk to her after I'm done here. I'll try not to stay on too long. But see, people stay, and they're interested, and I'm digging lots of details from all you guys. And I do much better just chatting than I do typing. I don't type, and I don't text, really. Raging Humanist, every time Seamus does a live and ruins it for them, they have to go practice for the next day. Well, I don't know. There has been some details. Who knows? And it's not just me. It's Steve. It's all of you, right? It's Steve. It's Cage. It's Adrian. Adrian's plugging away hard at this too. It's Aussie. People online. Tara. He drove it across the field. Yes. What the fuck? You can look at the Google Earth. The Google Earth. I mean, 4x4ing. I think I was going to, losing my shit about that the other night. The 4x4ing. Let's go have a look at that. The 4x4ing fucking RCMP cruiser. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? First of all, the only field that's here that they can get, that he probably can get out of, if we're looking, because it's pretty treed in here. You're going to go off this direction. That's very swampy. The only field is up in this area, so he'd have to kind of go through up towards where they have it all blocked off. And they're just going to be like, yeah, there happens to be a fucking cruiser driving through somebody's yard. But even if he were to do that, it's fucking treed. Like, what is he doing? Look at the size of a car. Here, this is a car, this pink, my cursor doesn't show it probably on the screen. But this is a car on the highway. Look at how big these trees are. You're not fucking driving, and you can't drive through a field with a fucking car in the middle of spring. You can't do it anyways with a car. Fucking car gets stuck in fields. That's why farmers have trucks and not cars. Fuck. I don't know how stupid they think Canadians are. He drove Ford Taurus across the field. Yeah, exactly. Like in April, Nova Scotia. Yeah, it's going to be fucking wet. It's going to be boggy and it's going to be mushy. But even if he were to be able to drive across it, he can't get out of the fucking field, because they tried to say that the other day. And I was like, how? Even if he were to drive across the field, you can't fucking get out. There's no way out. Now, wait a second here. Is this attached? This road here? Ooh. No. Well, it is, I suppose. He would have to go way up to the top, then back down around. And he could come down here. Then he would get into this field, but that's going to be a problem. There is a road, but it goes to the beach. If he goes straight up the cut line, there is a small road. I don't know. I don't live there. Otherwise, I would definitely, any of this stuff, man, if I lived out there, I'm going there. Going there. I want to take my Chevy Cruze out and see how fast I can drive while lighting fires, shooting people, changing my clothes. Come on. And yes, even if you believe absolutely everything they say, from the point where that footage was taken, this, where am I here? this security cam footage, which of course they cut the time out, but see, this is what they were showing. Or even CTV was stupid enough to leave a little bit of the numbers on the top. A little bit. Fucking, like, horrendous. It's almost like they're complicit. I think they are. But even if you were to believe this, 10:55 to the Enfield truck stop from where this place is, which, great Google driving, investigating once again. We figured out that before the cigar man came out. And you were to drive that's, I believe, a 40-minute drive. He dies at 26 after. Okay, let's say he's speeding, because that would mean he was there at 35 after if he was going the speed limit. Let's say he's speeding. Because he gets there and the police encounter him at 11:21 and then kill him at 11:26. So he has 26 minutes to drive a 40-minute drive. Just straight driving. No time for killing Stevenson, shooting Morrison, lighting cars on fire, 2 cars on fire around the police, grabbing his bag with apparently clothes, killing Weber, taking that vehicle, pushing him out of the way, I guess, onto the pavement. Where's his body? Where's his body? Okay. Killing Weber, now driving down to Gina Goulet's, killing her, shooting the dog, trading in for her car, but he has to get her keys somehow first, and then drive all the way down there. Not possible. Not even remotely. I did some math on it the other night, and the numbers are stupid how fast he would have to be driving, even if you gave him like 10 minutes to do all that. Problem. But I think they killed Weber. I think that's the problem. The whole sticking point has been this fucking Chevy Tracker. This infamous Chevy Tracker, which they said somehow he was driving at the same time he was driving the cop car. 2 different places at the same time with 2 different vehicles. Not possible. Not possible. I'm not fully crazy yet. Taurus rear-wheel drive. Taurus is a rear-wheel. Oh, no. Is it? Taurus show. SHO is. Doesn't matter. It's getting stuck in a fucking field. And now he is related to RCMP officers. I like that. There's more than one. Who is it? Not Paul Wortman. What is his name? Alan Wortman? Is it Alan Wortman? Let's have a look. I know I looked it up. Alan Wortman. Let's see. I know I looked it up. Wortman is the... why is it not showing maybe now? I can pull it up on off screen. Don't want to dox that poor woman. That would be bad. Well, frankly, something stinky going on there, but I'm not going to touch whatever that is. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. Okay, what is his name? It's not Paul. It's oh, is this a new one? Oh. taught him to drive his motorbike. Sorry, I'm reading an article in Frank magazine. He's got a newer one I haven't read here. I'm going to get in trouble because he gets upset about people talking about stuff about in his magazine. Let's see if I can keep out some details. Paul Wortman, so that's his dad, was paid a visit by 2 RCMP officers who said that this is about their son. And they were there about the threats that Gabriel had made on his life with a firearm. Oh, this is while they're looking for him, apparently. They stopped by the dad's house. At what time? Hold on a second here. Can somebody answer me who has good memory skills going on here? What time did they say that they knew that it was Gabriel Wortman? Do we know? Because they apparently knew about it a little bit earlier. Enough that they could go to the dad at 5:30 in the morning while the wife is still in the fucking bush! They knew it was Wortman way beforehand, and they kind of admitted that. They have admitted that. I mean, I'd say they knew that all along, obviously, but they have admitted that they knew earlier that it was Wortman, that it was a short list of suspects, essentially, and Wortman was one of them. And they just needed, quote, confirmation of some of the other details from the girlfriend. However, they're going to visit Paul Wortman about the son at 5:30 in the morning, when the wife apparently hasn't even been found. Are you okay to drive home? Let's see what this one is. He's got a few in here. Shea Wortman, $500,000 million. Okay, I'm going to have to review these, and I don't want to take up your guys' time on that. But let's have a look at I think I archived the uncle's Facebook page, who is friends with CSIS. Wow, he's got a lot in here, actually. I haven't read yet. I wonder how many people he's gotten to subscribe. Everything he has is behind a paywall. And apparently he copyright strikes anybody who posts any of his shit, like on boards or anything. He's very good about finding his shit. Everybody's got to make money. I understand that. Where was it here? Where was that article? Oh, right, here we go. The girlfriend. So Beaver Bank. Yeah, it's got her address on here too, or one of her addresses. And it's not Portapique Beach Road. Maybe she sold that residence. Whoa, okay. So he has two. Oh, yeah, see, I don't know. He's got a bunch of details here, just like some of the shit I've been saying. He talks about who it is at the funeral home, and I said that the other day. The funeral home guy. Where's that? Here. Donald Walker. He talks about him. But he has two RCMP officer uncles. I only knew of one. And the one has friends who work in CSIS when I was going through his Facebook page. And it's very interesting to note he doesn't have anything on his Facebook page about any of he being a former RCMP officer has nothing about any of it. Not feel sorry, the Heidi Stevenson comrade killed, nothing. Zip. He's totally sealed down. What is his name? I forget. It's not Paul. Paul's the dad. Somebody's probably already saying it in chat. Don't hurt your coconut. Trust me. It's been knocked around a few times. All good. Just helps me think straighter. No, this fucking world, man. People are just insane. Like, to believe this nonsense that they just spin out. When Gabriel threatened to kill his parents. Now, he didn't say the name of the other uncle who was in the RCMP, but I'm wondering if we can plug around here. Alan Wardman. I don't know why that doesn't come up in my search. It's weird. I know I've searched for, maybe it was in a different search, different browser. Yeah, here he is. That's him. His page is still there. April 7th. Still has his friends list up. Now, I'm not doxing him. I'm not. Sure, he's totally unrelated to this. They said that he's course cleared. I'm just simply saying that he has one, and apparently now, as they said in the press conference, he has two uncles. Two in the RCMP. I don't know if I've got that up there. My friend was over playing with my keyboard. He's trying to get all my lights to light the same or something. I don't know. I'm like, dude, who cares about fucking lights? Does the thing work? Okay, so he has two uncles that are in the RCMP who probably have friends. He's been exposed to the RCMP all his life. That was why he talked about the RCMP in his yearbook. He'd gone to I think he'd gone to a bunch of stuff, RCMP stuff before. So, anyways, backing up here again. Sorry to your comments here. Why did the runner not have a vest on? Well, you can't see, and maybe he got rid of the vest. I don't know. And maybe the guy isn't even Mormon. That's possible. Oh, at the 10:55 tape, they use that, and they say that yes, no, in fact, he was there at 10:55. Right? That was in the thing. That was one of the times that they said. They said, "Oh yeah, he's here." So they confirmed all the other reports, the videos, and what we tracked down to where it was. That cigar guy is funny. I like him. Oh, Steve uploaded a video. Ooh. All right, everybody should go and check out Steve's video. That should be fun. Please send me a link to come in. Okay, I will. Sorry, I'm behind here. I'll send you an invite. That goes to copy, clipboard. Where am I sending that? Okay, sending the invite again. There you go. Okay. Third time's a charm, right? Ozzy? I think he was using an HK gun, RCMP issue. And that's why CERT is involved. CERT is a really key part of this. Massive. Do you notice how they keep deferring back to CERT, and they keep saying there's investigations going on with CERT? There should only be technically 2 investigations. One would be the fire hall, and the other one would be possibly Gina Goulet's murder, because she more than likely is murdered with, and that's why they're subtly throwing that out there right now about the gun being stolen. And so she's killed with the Stevenson's sidearm, or that's what they're saying, right? So I don't know why this Erin O'Toole keeps sending me emails, but she can go away. I don't believe in the political system. It's all garbage. All right, so you've got your invite, so I'm not even gonna, you can go through your stuff if you want with me. RCMP cover up, Wortman and everyone else wound up dead in some elaborate scheme. Well, no, it's the fact that the RCMP are clearly lying. And if they're lying, why are they lying to the people? Why are they withholding details? The guy is dead. We have nothing to hide anymore. He's not going to have a trial. And we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt, once again, even in this stream, he's lied repeatedly. The man who was giving the Leathers replacement, I forget his name, has lied once again. And so, maybe they'll come back with something. Who knows? Super tinfoil. Let's go tinfoil land. Say that they're watching. Fentanyl seized in correctional facility for the second time. He had lots of money. Where's he getting his money? That is an absolutely valid question. He's a denturist. Yes, he owns his own businesses too. But funnily enough, they're not. I believe one is titled in 3 people's names, none of which I have investigated. And the other one is in 2. And he's not on there. So who are these other people? Is it, in fact, a front companies that he's running washing cash? Who knows? And who was that was saying to me on the phone today, listen, 5 officers had to go in there about the parking. one of which who is for sure dirty, and some others that may be of questionable repute. But I am going to go through CERT's little thing here when I get a little bit of time, probably just some evening reading for me, to go through the different investigations that they have been doing, because there's a lot of dirty cops going on here. These are all dirty cops or investigations into cops. Let's not paint them. Maybe they were innocent, maybe they weren't. Probably lots of people disgruntled who got arrested and said a lot of things. There is a fuckload of people on here. Like a lot. Are there any names in here that we're hearing around? Like Mr. Morrison? I don't know. Just saying. Good to look at everything. I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I would never say that. I'm just saying it's good looking at everything all the time. Halifax police deployed an energy conductive weapon during arrest December 5th, 2019. I don't know anything about that. So if you could send me something about that, that would be interesting. I'm just kind of sticking with the negligence causing death aspect of it and trying to stay as identifiable with the NPC as possible, because there's a lot of people who still think the police can do no wrong. And those are the people that we need to get on side, because that's the only way it'll change. I can't, I don't think you can take this other stuff to court, sadly. There's ties to drug ring and corrections officers. I think there might be. I think there seems to be something about money, lots and lots of money. Loans, big loans coming out. Okay, here's Ozzy with the crappy internet. Is it working? I don't know. Okay, maybe. Hello? You're on with Seamus? You're frozen with Seamus? Ozzy's frozen with Seamus. Previous conviction, 9 months probation, $50,000 fine. Or $50 fine? $50 for beating up a 15-year-old. And 9 months probation with a crowbar, 2 men stomping on his head. That's pretty awesome. This guy is like real class act, beating up a 15-year-old. Ozzy, you better get a better internet connection, because your internet connection roots. Hello? You're on with Seamus.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, wow. We're finally actually together.
There you go. How you doing?
Well, how many times can you change your clothes when you're driving 100 miles an hour, trying to flee while shooting, lighting fires? None of this makes any sense. None.
No. They have a lot of problems with whatever they're saying.
I can leave my internet poopy. I turn my Wi-Fi off. And if it's me, I'll just leave. But
No, not at all.
there's
No,
some major
you
dots that need to be connected. And that motorcycle is already seen in 2 locations.
does it have a license plate or some identifiable feature that makes it the exact same motorcycle?
Oh, see, I'm getting feedback and crap. I'm going to have to leave, Seamus, but just because
Well,
I can't hear it,
if
and you probably
you
can't hear me.
are you still do you still have it open on your phone, like on a tab? Shut down the YouTube tab.
See, it's really broke. Can't even hear. Oh, that's really crappy.
Okay, well, you know what? We could do this. I can put you on speakerphone if you'd like. I can phone you and put it on speakerphone. Is that right?
Maybe I can, if you send me your phone number.
Yes.
We can talk audio.
Yes. We can do that.
And you can just put your phone to the side and I can talk audio.
Yes, we can do that.
And you know what I mean? Because this isn't working. And it's me. I know it's not you. It's in the bush. And I have really shitty internet. So I'll leave and I'll send you my number.
Okay, do that. And I will call. Well, the Aussie was there. Empty reasoning. Why are you having so much difficulty with this? The answers have been staring you in the face for days. Well, I don't have all the answers, number one. And number two, I don't care about the fact that I have the answers. The answers that I have are sufficient enough for me. They were very early on in this. It is the fact of the other people involved in this, particularly the families, and on a much broader sense, it is the community, and in fact, the country as a whole. RCMP have corruption within it and are protecting that and are protecting themselves rather than the citizens. And that needs to change immediately. So that's why I have a problem with it. And it isn't just about talking, etc. It is about taking them to court and making them answer. Because if there's a problem, they've got to fix it. And that's what I'm on about. So, yeah, the answers are there. It's getting more and more evidence accumulated to absolutely hammer them. The more you have, the better your case. That's always what I learned. Maybe something Wortman discovered. Possible. But Wortman was a bad character. I would say he was in bed with police, in bed with certain RCMP officers. That's why he's got the car. That's why he's got the gear. He couldn't answer that question, right? About the business about where did this stuff come from? Well, we're looking into that. Could it have been somebody inside? Well, we're looking into that, essentially, right? So you got dirtiness, the sense of impropriety going on here at the very least. Wasn't that chest dude shot in at the gas station bare-chested? I think we determined that he had a shirt that was rolled up. I think a wife beater. As stated, timelines not adding up. Timelines are complete crap, but that's okay. We'll just blowing holes. Gotta keep blowing holes. Aussie, think he was wearing wife beater. Yeah, okay. Seamus, you have an email address. I do have an email address. Is it even going off? I don't even know anymore. Let me just make sure that it's giving me notifications. of mail. Oh no, what's all this? I've got all kinds of shit in here now. Oh, okay, I've got a video. Somebody sent a video. Oh, I know who this is. What was the email that I was giving? Okay, I'll give you this one. It's Da Little Gray Cells. Not because I have problems spelling, it's because, which I do sometimes, Little Gray Cells at gmail.com. Okay, that is my email address, Kim. So there is a link. 1900 pills busted before. Do you want some answers because you clearly can't find them for yourself? I'm not sure if you're trolling, because apparently you haven't been watching anything. I believe between myself, Steve, Adrian, Cage, many of the people in this chat, I believe we've come up with a lot of things that the press neither know nor the RCMP will disclose until a later date. So I think we're doing okay. Thanks. RCMP and Officer Daniel Ryan. I'm not familiar with that name, Daniel Ryan. Maybe if you want to send me some details on that. Do you have my Twitter and Naughty? Amateur reasoning, we're all here for the same reason. If you have something to share, please do. Please do. This is all crowdsourcing information because people want the truth and they just don't want the bullshit to continue. So if the bullshit continues, well, there's always going to be people who will try and stop that. And I'm a person of mind that you cannot stop this stuff just simply by talking. Rallies generally don't do shit. Writing your MP is a waste of time. If you have a sufficient case, take it to court. And I think there's enough Canadians out there, between all of us, chipping in some money, we can launch a suit and hopefully recover some money for those victims, families, and also at the same time make the point. Don't fuck with your citizens, because they will stand up for themselves. He also took a crowbar to the child's head, so we can hear you. The fire started suspiciously. Yes. They have to hide at the clinic where they beat up the 15-year-old. That's true. What's going on at the clinic that because the boy walks too close? That's what we're told. The boy walked too close to the clinic, so Wortman got upset and it hit him with a crowbar. But that wasn't enough. You and one other grown man, and I won't call these people grown men because that's fine. I'm more than happy. You can hit me in the head with a crowbar or wherever, and we'll go at it. The little 15-year-old boy, two men stomping on his head, because he walked too close to this clinic. That reeks that something, he wasn't supposed to see something. It's not just that he was drunk. Get out of here. I think that was what they were trying to ascribe it to, was that he was drunk, right? Okay, let's see if we can get Ozzy on the blower here. Ozzy on the blower.
Hello?
Ozzy.
Hello?
What's happening?
Well, connecting dots. That's my business.
That's what you do?
Well, yeah.
Well, you're doing a pretty great job. So give it.
There is some crazy, gnarly shit going on. I'm sorry I can never get on your feed. I live in the bush, and I've got really sketchy internet. Even when I shut it off and just use data, it's super sketchy, Joe.
Well, I'm going to try and get it set up. I've gone and made some initial inquiries on how I can possibly have it so that because I think that would be really great long term. Would be have it so that people can call and
that would be amazing. Like, I don't know why I didn't think of this myself a few days ago.
Right.
But there is some really sketchy stuff going on, and if we start connecting dots collectively as a group, more eyes the better, right?
Absolutely. So,
and you know what you might see and what I might see are completely different, or you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So you brought up the video a few times, actually more than a few times. God love you. You have blown my mind the last week. I'm not even joking. You are one amazing Canadian.
I'm
always looking out for the good guy, and it makes me actually teary thinking about.
Well, you can tell my mom, because I don't know if she has the same opinion.
Oh, I could tell your mom. Not even a joke. So if you pull up, and now because you called me, I can't see the live feed. I'm trying to log on to my boyfriend's account so I can see and hear. If you pull up the video of the guy running from the fires, I'm trying to get you on my boyfriend's phone at the same time, so sorry, bear with me.
By the way, just sorry to interrupt, but I do very little. It's like everybody else who's doing tons of things. I just am sitting here. That's it. Because Adrian does tons. You do tons.
Oh, I know.
So many people are doing tons of stuff. Steve's doing tons. Cage, like this is a real group effort.
So you're totally right. And I'm not trying to take away from anyone. Ever.
I'm trying to give it.
Ever. No, I would never do that. If you pull up the video, and now I can't see you, I'm trying to get you on this device. If you pull up the video.
Yes, just give me 1 second. I got to share the screen. Oh.
Of the. Okay, now I just find you. Okay, so I just found you on this account. I'm going to take you. Oh, for heaven's sakes. I got to sign in.
Don't rush.
Of the guy running away from the cars.
Yes.
If you look at the timeline, it's really bothering me that I can't get on here. If you look at the timeline, of the guy running away from the cars.
Yes.
And the timeline. Didn't Gabriel pull into a roadside check or whatever he pulled into, that little area by the trading post?
Yes.
And he took his police jacket off and put a yellow vest on.
Yes.
Okay, so now he put the yellow vest on. He's still booking her. And we all saw 100 times how fast he pulled out from that area. And literally a black half-ton pulled like he was on the highway and if this was Gabriel,
Yes.
pulled out 100 miles an hour in front of that half ton, and the half ton went by super fast, right behind him. Okay, so now Gabriel is in a yellow vest.
Yes.
What was the time that he pulled out on the highway?
10:55.
And
10:55, 10:56, somewhere in
okay,
there.
so and he was apparently shot at 11:20, 30 something
11:21 was when he encountered police.
at the big stop.
Right. So the
Okay.
driving distance
So-
between there and the big stop, I think we got it that it's 40 minutes to do that. So
Okay, so now he's booking her down the highway.
yes.
He's in a yellow vest and a t-shirt
Yes.
or whatever. And like literally he's on the run. And we all saw that that car had 0 license plate. None. So
No license plate.
we pretty much figured that that's Gabriel's car.
Yes. And the
Okay.
police have confirmed
So
it.
now he's got the yellow vest on. He's booking her down the highway. And if he was a lone gunman, booking her down the highway, 100 miles an hour, or you know what I mean, even if he was doing the speed limit and trying to blend, just say he was trying to blend into traffic.
Okay. As in the police car?
He pulls into the big stop to fuel up because his car is getting low. And he's taken out there.
That's
Okay.
their story.
That is their story.
And they just stumbled
That's
into
their
him.
story.
They just stumbled into him by accident
Right? Exactly. Okay.
because they
So now-
needed gas too.
So now he's taken out at the gas station. We all saw the video of the 2 guys that videoed it as they were pulling into the big stop or going by, whatever, that said, holy shit, like, what's going on here? Oh my God, back up, like, let's get out of here.
Right.
We've all seen that video.
Yes.
Oh my God, there's a shot. I just heard 4 shots. Okay. When the next clip or pictures we see is a guy on the road, or sorry, not on the road, on pavement, dead, or what appears to be deceased.
Yes.
Okay. Does the guy have a yellow vest on? How many times can Gabriel change his clothes on the run, even if he was driving speed limit? Jesus, I can't even change, like, seriously. None
Well-
of us can change our clothes that fast. Is he going to peel his, he's in the heat of the moment. He's trying to flee, get away. He knows he's going to be probably taken out. Doesn't want to be arrested, so it's going to be fight or flight.
Right.
Why is there no yellow vest? Why is the person that they took down not wearing anything from waist up? Not that I can see in any picture, and I've seen many. There's no yellow vest. Where's the vehicle? Where's the pictures of the vehicle
Of
that was
the
apprehended at that stop? Have we seen anything after? Have we seen crime scene tape?
yes. At the truck stop? Yes. And he changed, and I don't disagree with their story in the sense that he was at Gina Goulet's house. And that's where they say that he changed from the RCMP uniform into clothing. It appears as though he may be wearing a wife beater and some sort of pants. And the wife beater is peeled up, and the clothes. Now, I'm struggling a little bit with the logic. It's possible, but where's he getting the clothes? Did he bring these clothes with him in the RCMP car, get in the accident, and then take the clothes over to Gina Goulet's and change?
I agree.
Because the car is on fire.
I can't even agree with you more right now.
So I'm not sure where they're getting that, or did Gina Goulet have a boyfriend that is not listed in the obituary, and maybe he had some clothes there?
I honestly can't even agree with you more right now, and there's way more to this story. So if we back up.
Yes.
If we back up before the 911, like, if we back up a little bit.
Yes.
So, do you remember that there was the brother of the guy that unfortunately passed away, got shot in the driveway, and the brother spent 4 hours in the bush and literally had hypothermia and had to be taken away, and he never got his phone back. They confiscated his phone for whatever reason.
They would not give it back. That's correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So if they take his phone, if he spent 4 hours in the bush hiding for his life, and he went on every news thing and said, like, I was terrified when I saw lights coming down the road, and I was hiding, and I was so scared that my dad would call me and light up my phone. I was terrified my phone would light up. Because, got to remember, it's the middle of the night. How could she hide for the entire night when the brother, I'm so sorry, I can't remember his name.
You know what? I honestly, I don't remember either, to be honest with you.
But that guy hid in the bush.
Yes.
For 4 hours and was terrified. Was literally terrified. And you could even physically see how scared he was.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And he readily admitted that, a big burly guy, and he said, like, this has traumatized me for life.
Oh, there's not even a question.
And
that doesn't even, that's absolutely. I can't even imagine. So, if he hid, and now they're saying that the girlfriend hid in the bush for the entire night, but remember, they also said she was handcuffed.
Well, that was reported that she was handcuffed. It was definitely reported that she was restrained. Yeah, no, that part again. Yep, I equally agree. It's a big problem. Restrained, somehow gets away, somehow actually has the phone because apparently she shared the photos from the phone. Didn't phone the RCMP, was handcuffed. He didn't kill her, even though this was apparently a domestic dispute, and I think that's why he came out and he's like, oh no, this is not a catalyst anymore. This was just the first incident. It's not a domestic dispute. He's like, oh no, this is not a catalyst anymore. This was just the first. Yep.
Sorry, I had to turn my volume down on the other device. I finally got it signed in. So.
And then freezes out in the bush, doesn't freeze like this guy, and spends the double amount of time.
Right?
Yep.
There, big red flag.
Yep.
Like, there's red flags all the way from British Columbia to Nova Scotia right now. There's red flags everywhere.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've got red flags everywhere. There is more to this story. And in that area, between 2011 2016, 2,600 plus children went missing. We also know that Gabriel was a loan shark.
Appeared to definitely do some financial crimes for sure, and had cash that he could loan out. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that he was loan sharking. Well, he was definitely trying to embezzle other people's or mortgage type fraud, steal their properties.
Heard from a couple people that Gabriel really liked to flaunt his money. He had a garage that was turned into a fake Montana's.
Yes.
To have friends over.
Yes.
Like everything was his way. And if you got in his face about anything,
Very explosive. The father, with no real rhyme or reason for getting so angry. The father just said like that when he beat him. And I mean, who beats their father? An old man, and beat him for no reason. He said to this day, I have no idea why he was this mad. Like I tried to talk to him about it. He just suddenly up and beat me. Unconscious.
Okay. So now let's just take a step back to, I forget the year, when he beat that 15-year-old.
2001.
And I did do the homework.
Mm-hmm.
So he beats the 15-year-old drunk, and yes, I did read that in the report.
Yes.
The kid said that there was major alcohol coming off Gabriel. Okay. He didn't want that kid standing on the property for whatever reason, and the kid was on the sidewalk. But regardless, he lost his mind because the kid was standing on the sidewalk, whatever the reason.
Yes.
Now, Gabriel punches the kid in the back of the head. All of a sudden, Gabriel's friend, business partner, whoever it might be, jumps in with a crowbar, whacks the kid. They lay the steel-toed boots to the kid. They go to court, and Gabriel gets a $50 victim surcharge fee. And I know what this is all about. I was a cop guard for a couple of years.
Okay.
I already know what this is all about. It's just paperwork. You pay the fee because of paperwork. And you're sentenced to 9 months probation and take anger management courses. Okay. Nowhere, and trust me, I've done the research to see if he ever actually did do the anger management. He did not.
He did not?
As far as I can see, he never did. And after your 9-month probation is up, your criminal record is scrubbed, polished, brand new.
Well, he would have to get that expunged.
Well, not necessarily, because if you comply with court orders, everything was still pending, right? If you're kind of catching up, everything is still pending. So if you comply and do your 9-month probation and you go to anger management, even though it wasn't proven that he went, they expunge all your criminal record. because he was never. If you look this all up,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you that you're not going to find it. And who was the other guy that jumped in with the crowbar?
That's a good question.
Was that Gabriel's business partner?
That could well be. I don't know. I'm going to write that down. Who was the partner? I'm not familiar with an assault case that doesn't result in a criminal record. But I mean, he can have it removed. But he was turned down multiple times for would have been an FAC at that point. And I would believe that probably would be based on the fact that he had a conviction on his record. And it's 7 years before you can have it expunged. It may have been shorter then. It may have been 5 years. I'm not sure, but it is 7 years now. But the point, yeah, is absolutely true. Like he's clearly got problems. He has money. Who is the man that he's with? I mean, that's an excellent question. Is it one of these individuals that's listed as one of these 5 people that are on these titles? Who are they?
Exactly.
So, and who was the crowbar?
Money. He took his own blood, flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm.
He took his home.
Yep, that's right.
We all know that.
And then that home that he took, he murdered the person who bought it.
Right?
Yeah.
And like Concan says, her brother could not be bought.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was an upstanding dude. He was an MMA fighter. This was a guy you didn't want to fuck with.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about my French.
No, that's fine.
And by the sounds of it, he wanted that land for whatever the reason. And he wouldn't play. So, was Concan's family collateral damage?
No, I think they were targeted. That's and the RCMP.
No, I do too.
The RCMP seemed to say that.
I think there was a fire next door. I believe that potentially maybe Concan's brother went to run and help. And like we'll never know. We'll never know. Because what do you see if you look out your back door and your neighbor's house is on fire? You're going to run and help.
Yes.
That's just human instinct. That's just who we are. We're Canadian.
Absolutely. If I heard saw a house burning or yeah, no, I'm going to go and make sure everybody's okay. But that's just, I think that's normal. People do that. If you don't do that, then there's probably,
there's something wrong with you.
You've really been indoctrinated into the me world.
Yeah. So if Concan's brother looked her out the back door, like maybe he saw a glow in his window, we'll never know the whole story. Absolutely, we'll never know. But we can put pieces together. So if he booked her out the back door to run and help, and shit went sideways, well, now you got to take out witnesses. There is like this. This is deep and dark, and I believe that Gabriel. I truly believe this in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel was Patsy for the corrupt cops. He always wanted to be a cop. It's in his high school yearbook.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's what he wanted to be. and I believe that he befriended the dark and dirty and got into some shady shit. And I don't even know about the girlfriend. Like, I'm still doing the digging on that. That's some shady shit too.
Yeah, I mean, I can't understand why the RCMP withholding her name. I can understand. Not disclosing.
I have her name.
Yes, and as do I. But I, and that was I did a show a couple of days ago or 3 days ago or something, where I was going to talk about her, and then I was having a shower, and I'm like, before the show started, and I'm like, this would be a very bad idea because we don't know anything about her. She is innocent until,
For sure.
and but there is something funny, and clearly the question stuff that was going on today with their inability to answer that question about the females at the beginning of all this. Females, there seemed to be some sticking point with them on that one. So
absolutely,
I think. Sorry.
So here's another little weird twist to all this. Since the mass shootings,
yes,
there's been a fire hall burned down.
Where was the fire hall burned down?
The crematorium has burned down. And by the way, the crematorium is back door to the police station.
I had heard mention, I haven't gone and checked that out about the crematorium, but I did search around a little bit about the fire hall when you said that. And who's this? Oh, you can just go away. Well, no, I will call back. Maybe she's watching. I don't know. I plugged around a little bit about the fire hall, very, very peripherally, just when you'd mentioned it, and I didn't see anything about it. Where's that at?
Well, I don't know if I sent you pictures or not, but I have pictures of the fire hall burning down.
Where is this though?
Sorry?
Where are we speaking of? Halifax? Where?
Fire hall. The fire hall that got shot up is called Onslow
Fire Hall.
Oh, I wrote it down. Hang on.
Yeah, the Onslow Fire Brigade.
Thank you. Because I since you said this the other day, I've been trying to keep notes. I'm sad that I didn't do this from the beginning. However, I don't believe that it was the Onslow Fire Department that burned down a few days ago. I believe it was April 24th. You can look it up. Look it up. Pull it up.
Okay.
We'll get it right now. Onslow. What is it called?
Onslow Belmont.
Onslow
Belmont Fire Brigade.
Yeah, Fire Brigade, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that one burned down.
It burnt down.
Well, it's not completely gone. Funny they didn't haul that fucker away. How come they didn't haul that away within 24 hours? You get the fucking excavators in there.
I'm not seeing any reference to it. So if you do have the article,
are you kidding?
No, I'm not. I'm finding about obviously the shooting and such. I'm not finding anything, and so either they must be either be burying it or I'm not sure. I'm not. Do you have the article?
Okay, Steve LTT.
Yes.
Just put a link up. I don't know if you can pull it up.
Okay.
And it's the comment. And Actually, Steve, that's exactly, I don't know if that's the one I've seen, but Steve just put a link up.
Mm-hmm. I'm just opening it.
Yeah, exactly, Noni.
Okay, it doesn't like that.
Wow.
Copy link.
I don't even know if I can say that word. Shinimicus. Shinimicus? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Fire hall went up in flames. Then the crematorium, which the graveyard property is back onto the Halifax Department or detachment. Sorry. And isn't that crematorium kind of backed up to the police station?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Let's just see here. Sorry. Is that what Steve had linked? Oh, God's sake. Copy link.
No, I don't think that's right, Mr. AL. I don't think that's right. I think he was used as a patsy.
I am not able to. My internet is really, or sorry, my browser is not having a good time right now. Let me see. Let me try about this. SHI.
I'm pretty sure that Heidi was a whistleblower, and she got taken out by friendly fire. With all my heart, that's what I feel. She was a mom. She was 23 years into, and she was ex-military too. That's right, Josh. She was ex-military. She was 23 years into the RCMP. She was a mom and loved her babies. And I truly believe that she took on friendly fire.
Yes. No, I think that's a very good possibility. I think that's a very good possibility that it was a friendly fire incident that occurred with.
So if you pull up the video, and I'm watching you on another device. So if you pull up the video of the dude running from behind the car fires.
Yes.
What's he wearing?
You can't tell. It's too black.
Oh, you can tell. And trust me, I'm a yellow vest. I am 100% yellow vest. And if he was wearing a yellow vest, I don't even give a shit if you've got crappy internet, crappy service. You would definitely see the yellow vest and the stripes. There's no way that that's GW. There's no way. I had a couple conversations last night.
So where do you think he is then?
I think he was already way away from that scene. I think that was a complete setup. I think that was 100% already a setup.
Oh, I forgot to. Sorry, I just was playing it. Let's see here.
There's cops out there which are dressed very strangely for RCMP. However, whether they be military, whether they be RCMP, they've got their guns drawn. Guns are drawn.
Let's see, where is it?
Look, he's pulling up the video now. Look, honey, I saw it.
Yes, it's very dark. I do agree that you'd probably be able to see the vest, and again, it's just I'm just speculating that it's him because there he is. I'm just.
Okay. So now if you Google Maps, the blue, I believe the house was blue, across the road where he's according to be running to that stole the SUV. Why is he running down the road and not across the road up to that house to steal the vehicle?
Well, they didn't. I haven't heard, and that's not to say that obviously it didn't occur. I haven't heard where. Let's see here. I have not heard where the where he was killed.
Oh God, Noni, I freaking love you.
So here we go. It's where do you believe that he was?
Where the cars were on fire.
Yep.
Okay.
This is past it.
Now.
Okay.
Okay. So where the cars were on fire.
Yep.
And according to every report, he booked her across the road, which was super funny, when every officer was standing out there with their guns pulled.
Yeah.
And he booked her across the highway up to the blue house.
Oh, okay. So on the other side?
An SUV. And got away. Come on. Like I want to bang my head against the wall right now. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. He wasn't even going in that direction. He was running down the highway, getting away from whatever he fucking chucked. Sorry about my language.
No.
Whatever he chucked in that car, and if you watch frame by frame by frame of the cars burning on the side of the road,
Yep.
and if you watch frame by frame, I swear to everything holy, you're going to see that car light up major just before he runs, or right there. Whatever that dude is doing, he was disposing of evidence. I'm sorry, but that's just the fact.
Okay, so who is the dude then? If you're saying if it's not Wortman, who is the dude that's running away? Who is it then?
A complete cover-up. That was where Heidi got off. No? Is that not where Heidi got taken out?
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Wow. Come on. Let's just shut these people up.
Okay, so if it's not Wortman,
It's not.
It's another cop.
1,000%.
And where's he going?
Frame by frame, and you'll see.
Well, it's too dark.
It's not too dark for a fucking yellow vest. I'm a yellow vest. You would have picked that up. It's daytime.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is shining.
Mm-hmm.
That would have glowed in the dark, man.
Oh.
Those fucking reflective vests will glow. Oh, God. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, all right. Could it then, if it's not Wortman, could it not then just be an innocent person?
Well, if you want to believe that.
Well, there's a vehicle that we see at the end of the video.
Yes, there is.
That stopped on the side. Let's see. I don't know if this one's going to show it. I saw a little bit of it there. There, you can see it off to the lights. There's
I've been saying white phosphorus for days, and even my frog, who I love with all my heart, has been saying white phosphorus because it will literally You can't even put that shit out underwater. It's any accelerant, absolutely. But the guy that's running away, what time of day was this? Did people die after this video?
Yes. According to the RCMP, one additional person died, which would be Gina.
Was there anyone that got shot after this video?
Gina Goulet and Wortman.
So the dude that's running away from the scene, two hands free, giving her, just booking her down the road. Does he have a rifle? No. Is he wearing yellow vest? No. Come on.
Have a rifle? I can't tell.
You can tell. I've watched this video 100 times.
Well, I've watched it a lot of times too. I honestly I can't tell.
If the guy's running down the highway with a rifle in his hand, giving her, you would have seen that frickin' rifle. There's no way.
Oh, okay. So, but then, I'm trying to go here with you. Where does he go? Where are you saying that Wortman goes? Where is he?
I don't think he's there at all. I don't even think he's there.
So you're saying these are two?
I think he's at that scene.
These are two police officers who got in an accident?
Absolutely.
Well, Tara threw that
I'm
out there.
going to tell you what my theory is, and I'm going to blow your mind. I believe in my heart that they needed to get rid of Heidi because she was a fucking whistleblower. And I believe in my heart that this is 100% the guys that are supposed to protect us. I don't even think Wortman was on this scene.
Okay, so where is Wortman?
There. I think he was already gone. He was already gone. But they needed to get rid of Heidi because she was a whistleblower.
Where's he going? Just straight to the truck stop and dying?
Yeah. Well, we don't know.
Or going
Somebody took the hit. Somebody took the hit.
Or going to Gina Goulet's?
But I don't believe that Wortman was on that scene at all.
Okay, and all right, so that's good. Okay, well, why? I understand that you have this feeling, but what evidence do you have that says that?
I don't.
Okay.
Do any of it? We won't. Like, they're going to cover this up. They're going to, like, somebody was a patsy in all of this. And I'm not supposed to say a couple of things that I truly know because I've had messages that said, shut up and don't talk about it. But I don't believe that that's Wortman on the scene running. And I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, I didn't kill myself. But this is for a guy that makes freaking dentures for a living. Yeah, okay, he's got a shady business. He's a loan shark. He's got other fingers in different things. There's no freaking way. I'm a big game hunter. I am an avid hunter of big game. There's no way I can even shoot a freaking moose through the trees without stopping, leaning on something, breathing, aiming, and firing my high power.
I'm just gonna.
Shooting, changing clothes, offing people,
Well, he changed according to the police. He changed at one place.
lighting fires.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, it doesn't fit the time frame. It doesn't fit the time frame. I agree. I've been saying that the whole time. The time doesn't add up. I was showing it the other night. You cannot do it. You absolutely cannot do what they have said in the time. No, and so we're agreed. I can't go as far as you to say what you're saying because I don't have the proof. All that I have is a video of somebody running away. Could it be Wortman?
I don't have proof.
Could be. Could it not be?
Yeah, and I don't have proof either, Seamus. I don't. They've scrubbed everything, and I was on it. I was on Halifax Noise, and for anybody that's listening, please jump on Halifax Noise on Twitter and Facebook, because I'm going to tell you, they scrubbed it. I was on Halifax RCMP, they scrubbed it. But I'm just going to tell you guys that I can't even believe that I blanked. I'm the screenshot queen, and I screwed up and didn't screenshot it. And it really pisses me off because this info was on there, and now it's all gone.
I'm just going to address something that's going out in the chat about that he must have gotten away. That is quite possible. The only reason I haven't said that he hasn't is because I haven't seen a body yet that would be this other individual's would be out of the tracker. That's the only reason that I haven't said that.
100%. And the guy that was taken out at the big truck stop or gas station, whatever it's called, a big stop, freaking right. Was he wearing a shirt? Nope.
Well, he was wearing.
Seamus did a side-by-side. Seamus did a side-by-side last night before of Gabriel's face and the guy that was taken down. Well, I'm sorry. Don't match. Not happening.
Oh, now you don't think it's... I definitely think it was him.
Well, if it was, then he was played.
Well, I got the license plate. We can run the license plate. I mean, I think it's Gina Goulet's car. Her sister identified it and said it was her car. So I definitely think it's him that dies at the truck stop. I'm not going to go and really at the end of the day, you know, a lot of this is just speculative, and you can go different levels of.
Can we back up?
Yep.
Can we back up to?
Weber's body has never been disclosed where it was. That's why I'm saying. I'm trying to have three conversations here. Sorry?
No, can we back up to the original, basically 911 calls? And, well, not 911, but regardless, it was the house on fire. And Concan's brother booked her to see what the hell was going on. And they called 911, or someone called 911. There's a house on fire.
Mm-hmm. Yes, people called. Yes, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
People called 911 immediately.
1026.
It's small. It's a very small community.
Yep.
Holy crap. Like, I live on 4 acres in the middle of butt-ass nowhere, and if my house was on fire, people would know. Okay, so the first house is on fire. No fire truck shows up. And nothing, no cops, no fire department shows up. And then it was how many hours later before decided to deploy people on scene, and then it was like, oh, could be an active shooter. We're going to hold back because it could be an active shooter.
Well, where I'm coming at it from is I like to pursue avenues of speculative nature, but this is, however, those I've been having those conversations for years, and frankly, conversations don't really do a lot. Where I'm coming at it from is, was the law broken, and are people negligent? Just on the facts. That's it. And yes, the facts are that they were. There is a reasonable case here to be brought for culpable negligence in at least 9 people's deaths. And the RCMP are responsible for that. Are they responsible for opening fire on the on the fire hall? Absolutely. So and can we collectively prove a variety of lies that the RCMP is filling the Canadian public full of? Yes.
And
so then what you do is you take them to court. You put them in discovery. Well, prior to court, you put them under discovery, and you get to ask them all kinds of questions, and you can even go into areas of tinfoil if you want. Whether somebody's disappearing or somebody's, if you have questions that a judge deems are appropriate questions, you can ask them. But it will clean up I believe, even just a motion to bring cases against the RCMP / Canadian government and other people, other parties which could be listed in the suit, will make a lot of heads roll just to begin with, because they are not going to. That is citizens actually fighting back. Not standing up on Parliament Hill like I've done, or rallied, or made YouTubes for years. It really doesn't change a lot. What it does is they have us locked into echo chambers here. It is getting to the normies, the NPCs, the people who are just too bogged down with the shit in their life to see that their system is very corrupt and broken. And I want that fixed. And there are remedies that are not being implemented at our disposal. And that's where I'm going. That's where I'm coming at it from.
I totally agree. And let me just say this. So, hypothetically, Concan and family from all the deceased sort of civil lawsuit action. Do you believe in your heart that they're going to go take the stand and answer absolute questions? When this came in over 911, that came over, there's no freaking way. You know what's going to happen? They're going to cover it up. They're going to pretend it didn't happen.
Hey, make them work for it. I like to make people work.
Pay these people out for but does that bring their family members back?
Nope.
No, it does not.
Nope.
And Seamus, I'm going to say something. Concan found her brother when she was 16 years old, or whatever. And does it bring their family back? No, it does not.
It doesn't?
Are they getting played? Yes. So the RCMP, the government of Canada, are going to fucking sweep this under the carpet, and they're going to fucking pay them out.
Not in my world. They're not going to. I've watched this. I've talked about these kinds of things for a long time. I've been able to prove many lies that they have done before. However, I'm quite familiar with
Yeah,
civil
you are.
civil
You are
suits,
amazing.
and
You are amazing, my dear.
and this is there are grounds to bring action here, and why not? Who yet has?
You are an amazing, amazing, amazing human on this planet. You were put into my world. I don't know why. I don't know. I really don't. But I'm going to tell you something. You are one amazing human.
I'm just a
fighting for the
dude.
good guys.
I'm just a regular guy
No, you're not.
who has time on their hands
No.
and a lot of good friends. That's about it. Who also work hard.
You make me super teary thinking about it because you are an amazing human.
I appreciate that.
Fights for the underdog and everybody that's been involved in this and connecting the dots.
Yep.
I literally don't even have words for the families that I have found through all of this. And I'm just going to say this really quick. 444.
Yes. Thank you. I actually noticed that too. Yeah, and I know she noticed that. I 44 is a very significant number to me.
It is.
Not 444 for me so much, but it doesn't matter. Fours, but in order. Yeah, I saw that as soon as you. Yeah.
You are literally all my heroes. I don't have words.
Well, there's a lot more.
I'm going to keep looking down these dark holes, just like you. And not just because of this mass shooting, but I've been working on this crazy shit for years.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to keep on talking. And Seamus, you are an amazing human. Can, I can't tell you how much I love you and respect you. I'm so sorry you lost your family members. And it's breaking my heart that you're getting so completely screwed over. And yep, I said it, and you guys can block me or you can say whatever. I don't care.
No, listen, everybody's opinion is valid. Everybody can have it, and that's the wonderful thing about being human. We can all have opinions. We don't always necessarily have to agree. But the fact is that everybody, I believe, everybody in here, whether there are naysayers or people who say that's tinfoil or this is not, or whatever, the variety of motives, or everybody in here wants what? One, simple things. They want a government that's honest. They want a police department that tells them the truth and that protects them. And being responsible. These.
Remember being a little kid and saying, "Oh my God, your parents would tell you if you ever feel in danger, call 911." Now, 911 was way before my time. Because I'm 57 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell my granddaughters, I'm going to tell you something right now, kids. I have girls, and I don't know why, but I always have girls. Somebody's giving you a hard time, kick him in the balls and run. And you know where I'm going with that. And that's because I was abused as a child. For 2 years, I was sexually assaulted by a babysitter.
That's horrible. I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
I've always taught my children and my grandchildren, if you don't feel something is right,
mm-hmm.
you run and you call 911. You run.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that this mass shooting in Nova Scotia is a deep, dark cult of bullshit that was going on, and I do believe in my heart that Heidi Stevenson was going to expose it.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that she got taken out because of what she knew.
Well, and God willing, that if that is so, that will come out.
I pray to God you're right.
Got it, but we got to
Amen.
make the first few steps, right? The first few steps.
Yes, you're amazing. And keep up the good fight, brother. And I'm going to let you go. Let somebody else come in because I've been talking forever.
Oh gosh, no. I appreciate all of the work that you're doing. You've really come across some great stuff that's been really helpful. And please continue to participate and assist all of us, because we do this together. That's the only way we're going to do it.
Yes, we certainly do. God love you. I love you all, Concan. I can't tell you how sorry I am for your loss. It breaks my heart that you lost your family. And girlfriend, I posted the link for the GoFundMe page. I pray to God that everybody shares it. Even though we're all hurting and nobody's working, $5 makes a big difference for Concan's fight. And Seamus, I will post the link again.
Thank you.
God love you. Stay strong. We'll get through this together, brother.
Oh, we will. We will. That's the only way we'll do it. Only way we'll do it.
Talk soon, honey.
Okay, take good care. All right. Well, that was a great conversation. And she brought some really good stuff. And thank you for oh wow, just lots of stuff. The GoFundMe. So Tara does. Her brother died intestate, which means that he had no will, and Tara needs to retain counsel to settle all of that. And I think, sadly, some of you may have been in that position before. People die without a will. It can be difficult, and she's got that to deal with. So I think that's something that we can all help her out on, and it's going to a good cause. Does anybody want to hop in here, or am I, or should I just sign off? I definitely need to go to the bathroom. I do know that. Why don't I play a song? Let's see. I can play something that's racy. Should I play something that's racy? Maybe not everybody in here is into racy. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll avoid racy. Let's see. I'll be back in a minute. You can never go wrong with Aussie. Just for Aussie. No. What? Why are you giving me that? Thank you for speaking your mind. Thank you for sharing, helping out. I think I'm going to sign off then for now, and it's been a long time. So, sorry that I see that you just hopped in here, KG. It's unfortunate. Sorry. But some interesting new developments and clearly a lot of new research to be done. Counterfeit pills. Jesus, I feel like I'm living back in Vietnam. Everything was counterfeit. It's crazy. Even medications were counterfeited all the time. But I really appreciate you guys hopping in. If you guys have any new information, please feel free to forward it. I think I left out my email there before. Please subscribe to Concan's channel. Obviously, Just My Stupid Opinions channel. Steve LLT or LTT. I don't know why I always say that. Steve's going to punch me next time I see him, probably. Steve LTT's channel. He's got a new video that came out, so I'm going to go and check that out, have some dinner. And also please donate to, if you have the money, and I think it's a worthy cause. Tara's a good friend, that's why I think everybody's in here busting their ass, because they feel like things are wrong and want to fix things up. And she needs some help, so let's help her out. She's got her GoFundMe. Does somebody have the link there? They want to drop in the chat. Would be nice. Are you still here, Country Dixie? Did you hang with me all 4 hours, 4.5 hours? Oh my God. Thank you to everybody for hanging out and input. Always needed and always welcome. And you can send stuff to me on Twitter. I think I've got that out there. It's on my page. You just click on the stupid thing. If you feel like it, you can like the video. That actually helps it get some views, apparently. So we can get some more crowd funding and also get through to some people maybe that don't quite see what we're talking about here, that there's a problem with the RCMP. Does somebody have the link, please? Anybody? Tara, are you in here? Do you have the link? Yes, great job, all. everybody. Somebody's got to have the link to Tara's GoFundMe. I don't have the link. What was this? Before I commit. Hopefully not something wrong. Oh. Okay, that's not for me. Somebody sending me dirty messages? No. Oh. Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay. Still setting it up. What's this? Oh, that's somebody else. And I want to know about that tracker. I'm really intrigued about this infamous tracker. Can somebody link the Tara? You're here, aren't you? You leave me hanging. You leave me. You feel bad. I'm going to call her. Is that a bad thing? She's going to lay low, I think.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Do you have the link to the GoFundMe?
Yes.
Can you please drop it in the chat?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I thought Steve was going to do that, but yeah, I was going to do that.
Yeah, because I feel like an idiot. I'm sitting here asking for the link.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must be behind on the chat. Oh, fuck, dude. I'm so far behind, it's not even funny.
No. I just, anyways, if you could drop it in there. Do you want to say?
Far behind.
You want to say goodbye to everybody?
What's that?
Do you want to say goodbye to everybody before I sign off? Because I'm just going to sign off.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, they're listening.
Oh, hey guys, I'm sorry, I was behind on where I was in the video, and I trying to make dinner and do all this stuff all at the same time, so I was really far behind on the chat. I apologize. Thank you so much, you guys. God bless everyone. I can't even believe that there's so much support here, and oh my gosh, like, God bless every one of you, and thank you so much. There's not enough thank yous in the world for me to express my gratitude, so thank you.
Do you have the link?
Yeah, I just put it in there.
Oh, did you? And I know that hacker.
Oh shit, my apologies, I gave you the wrong one. Wait.
Hold on a second here. I don't think you. How's that? I made you.
Aren't you?
Oh no! You're okay. Just give me one moment, please, because you're not able to drop links.
Okay.
If this will work.
And just hang on a second so I can go find it.
Uh-oh. This is a problem. Everybody has something else different. Oh, come on. My browser's crashing. I gotta... Oh, no. This is not good.
What?
Okay, well, tell you what. I'll drop it in the... description below.
Okay.
Because my browser is crashing.
No worries.
It's
We'll take care of you
full
guys.
of all stuff. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Yep, you too. Thanks, Seamus. Bye.
Bye.